Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the regular board meeting of the Halton Catholic District School Board on Tuesday, March 1st, 2022. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed and it will be posted on the board's YouTube channel. Please only use the chat box to type hand up only to be placed in the queue to be recognized. Please remember to turn on your camera if you so wish. And be recognized to speak. Turn off your camera and mic otherwise. We have a new setup here. So trustees in the boardroom, please remember to press and keep your mic on when you speak, or when you second the motion, or when you want to speak, basically. Trustees, please remember that if you speak when you're not recognized, or when you do not have the flow, your mic will be muted. We have some guests on the line this evening. Our newly elected 2022-23 student trustees, Katie Bowie, one of our current student trustee, and Ariana Chua are online. Due to a prior commitment, Brady Kuzma was unable to join us this evening. Welcome and congratulations. We look forward to the upcoming information report later in the agenda. Ariana and Brady will be joining our regular board meetings when they can for the balance of the school year as observers. Before we begin our meeting today, we have a prayer this evening. With a prayer, I would ask that we hold close to our hearts the people of Ukraine and all the children, women, and men whose lives have been torn apart by the devastation of war in other parts of the world. In the words of Pope Francis, we must never stop praying for an end to war and violence. Let us be instruments of peace in our own communities as we ask God to bring comfort, hope, and healing to all those who are suffering right now. Moving on to the first order of business, land acknowledgement, opening prayer, national anthem, and oath of citizenship. I ask staff to please start us off with the land acknowledgement.
Halton, as we know it today,
History and modern traditions,
many First Nations in the Métis,
from the lands of the Anishinaabe,
to the Arawang-Rum,
the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis. These lands surround you greatly,
are steeped in Indigenous history.
as we gather today on these treaty lands. Our Catholic social teachings call us in solidarity with our Indigenous brothers and sisters. So honor and respect. For direction.
Thank you. Trustee Bowie, would you please lead us in the opening prayer, the national anthem, and the oath of citizenship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd ask all trustees to join me in making the sign of our faith. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. Loving God, we pray for the people of Ukraine, for all those suffering or afraid, that you will be close to them and protect them. We pray for world leaders, for compassion, strength, and wisdom to guide their choices. We pray for the world, that in this moment of crisis, we may reach out in solidarity to our brothers and sisters in need. We ask you to guide us in being instruments of your community of love, mercy, and compassion. May we walk in your ways so that peace and justice become a reality for the people of Ukraine and for all of the world. Amen. Amen. Son, Holy Spirit. Amen.
Moving on to the next order of business, motions adopted in camera. There were no motions adopted in camera. Information received in camera. Vice Chair Agnew, please read the information received in camera.
The following information was received in camera. Acting elementary principal, Tony Seelan has been appointed as acting elementary principal effective February the 28th, 2022. Lisa Vasili has been appointed principal, Christ the King Catholic Secondary School effective April the 1st. And we have some retirements. Vincent Kakamo and Catherine Jenkins retiring effective June the 30th, 2022. Linda Triantafilo retiring effective March the 31st, 2022. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew. Moving on to the next order of business is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? I see Trustee Carabella. Trustees, please remember to put your hand up in the chat box for this board meeting. I shall be monitoring the chat box. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make 2 notices of motion.
Give me a second. Okay, go ahead.
The first title is Parental Choice for Masking of the Junior and Senior Kindergarten Students at Halton Catholic District School Board.
So your item will be placed under item 10.6, Trustee Carabella.
Okay.
Rosie, did you get the title? Okay. Trustee Carabella, your second item.
Is the letter to Education Minister Stephen Lecce for parental choice for all student masking.
You get that, Rosie? Trustee Carabella, your item will be placed under item 10.7 of the agenda.
Thank you.
Moving on to Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to give a notice of motion.
Okay, Trustee go ahead, Trustee Guzzo.
And the title is Black Student Unions in Secondary School.
Can you repeat the title, please?
Black Student Unions in Secondary School.
Rosie, you got title? Yes, thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Your item will be placed at 10.8 in the agenda. Moving on, we have Vice Chair Agnew. Vice Chair Agnew,
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to put forward a notice of motion.
state a motion, please.
Climate Emergency Declaration.
So, Vice Chair Agnew, your item will be placed on item 10.9 in the agenda.
Thank you.
We have Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
I do, thank you. I will reintroduce my three motions that were not added to this particular agenda from the last board meeting. The first one is professional fees.
Hold on 1 second, 10 point. Professional fees.
Number two,
Hold on, Rosie, did you get that? Yes. Okay, your item will be placed under item 10.11 on the agenda. Go ahead, Trustee Yantamasi.
land purchases.
Your item will be placed under item 10.12 on the agenda. Next one.
Contract awarded from 2018 to 2022.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. This will be item 10.13 on the agenda.
I will reintroduce retroactive pay increases for Catholic Education Center staff.
Is that your next notice?
That is my next, Mr. Chair.
Can you repeat it, please? I did not get it.
Retroactive pay increases for Catholic Education Center staff.
Rosie, got it? So this item will be placed under item 10.14. So we have 8 notices of motions here. Do we have any other additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda? Okay, good. Seeing none, I shall now require a motion to approve the agenda. I need a mover.
Trustee Guzzo.
Trustee Guzzo moves, and seconder. Okay, Vice Chair Agnew seconds. I shall take this to a recorded vote. Trustee Yantamasi?
Mr. Chair, are we voting on the amended agenda?
As amended.
As amended, thank you. In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanota? Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Masriammer?
In favor.
Trustee Tokiwa is absent. Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee DeRosa? Absent. Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
And Trustee Duarte is in favor. The motion carries. The agenda is amended. Moving on to the next order of business. That's declarations of conflict of interest. Are there any conflicts of interest to be declared? Trustee O'Brien. Trustee O'Brien, you still need to use the chat box.
I'm
Okay.
trying to get used to this.
I know.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
We'll get away from it soon.
I got to read it. 10.4 financial report as of January 31st. This item deals with occasional teacher salaries. My wife is an occasional teacher with the Halton Catholic District School Board. Therefore, I will be declaring a conflict of interest, and I will use the chat box from now on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee O'Brien. Are there any other declarations of conflict of interest? Seeing none, we shall move on to the next order of business, and that's presentations. There are no presentations tonight, so the next order of business is delegations. We do not have any delegations this evening. The next order of business is the approval of the minutes. The minutes of the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting is in your package. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections to the minutes? These minutes were the ones we had taken back at the last meeting to amend. Trustee Carabella had some suggestions. So these are the minutes from that. Are there any errors, additions, or deletions to the minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting? I need a mover.
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien. Need a seconder, please.
Murphy.
By Trustee Murphy. I shall take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Carabella.
In favor.
Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien.
In favor.
Trustee Yantamasi. In favor. Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew. In favor. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee Yantamasi.
Against.
We have 6 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion to approve the minutes carries. The minutes are approved. Moving on to item 6.2, minutes of the February 15th regular board meeting. Are there any errors, additions, deletions, or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the February 15th, 2022 regular board meeting?
I'll move it.
Trustee Ohan Chanota moves. I need a seconder.
O'Brien.
Trustee O'Brien moves. I shall now take it to a recorded vote. Trustee Murphy.
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien. In favor. Trustee Ohan Chanota.
In favor.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew. In favor. Trustee Guzzo.
In favor.
Trustee Yantamasi.
Against.
We have 5 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion carries. The minutes are approved.
Mr. Chair, you forgot me. I'm in favor.
Did I?
Yes.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. My mistake. Apologies. We have 6 in favor and 1 opposed. The motion carries. Moving on to the next order of business, that's business arising from previous meetings. The chart of outstanding items is in your package for information. Moving on to the next order of business, which is action items. Action item number 8.1, Educational Financial Information System, EFIS, report to ministry that contains board administration and governance grant bag funding for senior staff. The following is a notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read your motion, or would you like me to read your motion?
I will read the motion, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. You have the floor.
Be it resolved that the Secretary to the Board and Director of Education provide the Board with 2021 revised budget estimates, which includes the senior staff salary expense amount, which was omitted in the December submission of the Board of Trustees to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I will now ask for, I'll ask for a seconder.
Carabella.
Trustee Carabella seconds it. So, Trustee Yantamasi, before I move forward with this, I have a question for Superintendent Lofts. Superintendent Lofts, are you there?
I
So,
am.
Superintendent Lofts, this motion talks about the revised budget estimates which was provided to the board recently, and it says that something was omitted here. I have looked at the submissions, and I have Appendix A5, page 87 here, which talks about salaries and wages and benefits here. So a question to you before we move forward, was there any information on senior staff salary expense omitted in the December submission?
To you, Mr. Chair, absolutely not. We did not omit anything from that report. As you've identified, it was in there in the report of salaries and benefits.
Thank you.
As it always has been.
Thank you, Superintendent Loft. So my question to Trustee Yantamasi here is that this motion you talk about, you say that something was omitted, but I have the annexure that was sent, as well as I've just heard from Superintendent Lofts that there's nothing that's omitted here. So I would like to ask you at this point in time there are two options now. Either you withdraw this motion, which is not yet before the board, or I have to make a ruling on that, Trustee Yantamasi.
Mr. Chair, my explanatory notes will speak to the matter, very specific insofar as what's missing from the school board administration and governance grant. And Supervisory Officer Lofts is incorrect. He provides us with a summary number under business and governance.
Trustee,
Point of
does
order.
not.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Yantamasi, please hold on. Trustee Guzzo?
Mr. Chair, there's accusations being made of staff.
Yep.
And we've gone down this road before, and I would ask that not be done.
Trustee Guzzo, your point of order is in order and accepted. Trustee Yantamasi, we are talking about Superintendent Lofts, who's a well-qualified treasurer of the board, and I look at it as an accusation. You have not presented any evidence in your explanatory notes. Your motion is quite clear the way it is. So as of now, okay, I would like to first tell you and ask you not to pass accusations which are baseless. Number one. Number two, I've given you an option here. Either you choose to withdraw your motion, or I would have to make a ruling based on section 39.3 of RONR, which states that any motion that does not carry any rational proposition cannot be introduced. So the choice is yours. Either you withdraw your motion here because it does not have any rational proposition, or I would have to rule on that. Trustee Yantamasi, what are your two choices? I would like choice one or choice two, Trustee Yantamasi, nothing else, please.
No, because you don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Yantamasi.
So I'm going to.
Trustee Yantamasi, you are out of order. You do not talk to the chair in that manner. I've given you two choices, Trustee Yantamasi. You will choose from the two choices.
Mr. Chair, do you know about
Trustee
business and government
Yantamasi,
funding
you will make
model?
two choices. I've given you two
Do
choices.
you know the model, Mr. Chair? Can you please provide me with the funding formula as provided under
Trustee
school
Yantamasi,
board administration and governance?
You do not have the floor. So Trustee Yantamasi, once again, I'm stating very clearly, and we have a great audio system now, and I hope it's getting across to you clearly. You have
Well, I hope it's getting across to you because you're ruling
two choices. You
incorrectly.
do not have the floor. Trustee Yantamasi, you do not have the floor. I'm speaking. You have two choices, and I'm asking you to make a choice. You choose either to withdraw your motion because it's baseless. You have made baseless accusations against staff, which is unacceptable. Number two is I make a ruling on that. Trustee Yantamasi, how do you wish to proceed?
I leave my motion as is.
Trustee
It's
Yantamasi.
clear. It's confined. My motion. Mr. Chair, do I have the floor, yes or no?
Yes, so I've given you two options only.
So I have my opportunity to speak to my motion. Am I going to get my opportunity to speak to my motion, yes or no?
So Trustee Yantamasi, I have given you two options. You're going to speak to those two options only and nothing.
You're asking for information that will clearly dictate that this motion, not only is it valid, and that staff is not providing us with the information that I am requesting. Are you going to give me the opportunity? I will read right from the Education Act.
Okay, Trustee Yantamasi, you will provide the reference from the Education Act, reference number. Okay, and I'm going to open up the Education Act here and look at it, and I'm going to make sure that you're talking with evidence. Okay.
Am I going to be able to speak my whole 5 minutes? Yes or no?
1 second. Let me open up the Education Act here, Trustee Yantamasi, and I'd like to verify that. And I've given you two options. Those two options still hold. Okay. Okay. Can you quote the section?
Mr. Chair, I asked whether or not I'd be able to speak through my explanatory notes, which will deal with the school board administration and governance grant. The entire policy, which is handed down by the Ministry of Education, is not contained in the book you're referencing, Mr. Chair. You will only find subsections.
Trustee Yantamasi, I have to stop you here. Your motion is not on the floor as yet. It's not read by the chair, so it's not owned
I
by.
read the motion, Mr. Chair. It's been moved and seconded.
Yeah, it may be seconded. I did send you a detailed note from the parliamentarian as to how we are handling motions, how motions are to be handled as per Robert's rules. Okay, Trustee Yantamasi, I don't think you're reading emails and the notes sent. So,
Mr. Chair, I can teach you the parliamentary procedure and the steps required.
Trustee Yantamasi, we are not wasting the time of this, the gathering out here, the board. We have a lot of people here and the time is valuable. I respect the time. Okay, we are just going around in circles. I've given you two options. You don't seem to understand those two options. And so I have to make a ruling that this motion of yours, based on section 39(3) of RONR, your motion does not contain any rational proposition and cannot be introduced. It talks about something that does not exist. Therefore, I rule it out of order. So now,
point of privilege, Mr. Chair, RONR cannot overrule legislation.
Do not have the floor. So, Trustee Yantamasi,
bylaw 1.2, Mr.
the
Chair.
floor. You do not have the floor. So I rule that it's out of order. You have two options here: either accept the ruling of the chair or appeal. I do not hear an appeal, so the ruling stands. We shall now move on to the next item, next action item. Item 8.2, flag raising policy. Trustee Yantamasi. The following is the notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read the motion, or if you'd like me to read the motion, I shall read the motion. Go ahead, Trustee Yantamasi.
Be it resolved that the Board of Trustees instructs the Secretary in his role as Director of Education to initiate a flag policy by no later than April 5th, 2022, regularly scheduled board meeting.
Before I read this and pass it to the floor, Trustee Yantamasi, this motion was read on February 1st, 2022. And at that point in time, you had put the date as April 5th, 2022. Would you like to change that date and bring this up to date? Or you want to keep that date the same?
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I don't know what process you're
Trustee
following.
Yantamasi, I'm asking you a simple question. I'm just asking you if you'd like to keep the date the same or if you'd like to change the date. I'm giving you an opportunity. I'm trying to help you.
Mr. Chair, the board does not have the motion. The
Trustee
motion
Yantamasi,
has to be moved and seconded.
out of order. You are arguing with the chair. The chair is here to help you and guide you and I'm asking you a simple question. Because your motion was put on February 1st, the date might have been outdated. So my question to you was, would you like to retain the same date or would you like to change the date? Simple question. Why are you going around circles?
I'm not going around. You need to
So,
understand your own process,
Would you
Mr.
like to
Chair.
keep the date the same?
The motion does not belong to you to ask the question. The motion still belongs to me until it's seconded and it's given to the board.
The motion is not tabled yet, even though we have a mover and seconder. It does not belong to the Board of Trustees. So it is the role of the chair to make sure that your motion is as per what you are asking for. This motion was put forth on February 1st. Today is the 1st of March. Given this change in dates, I'm asking you a simple question. I'm trying to help you.
I'm not addressing that question,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So seeing that you do not want to change the date, okay, I shall now table this motion and consider this motion as read. Trustee
Mr.
Yantamasi,
Chair, point
the
of privilege,
motion
Mr.
belongs to the board now. Trustee Yantamasi, the motion belongs to the board.
It
And
does not
you have
belong to the
5
board.
minutes.
It hasn't been
You have 5 minutes.
seconded.
Open the floor, open the discussion. Trustee Yantamasi, your time starts now. Rosie, 5 minutes,
Mr.
please.
Chair, who seconded the motion?
Trustee OBrien seconded the motion. Your time starts now.
Brian,
Trustee
can you
Yantamasi.
acknowledge that?
Your time has started, Trustee Yantamasi.
In keeping with our equity and inclusion policy, a flag raising policy will address the procedures protocols so that all our students may be represented and may show their signs of whatever group that they belong to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Trustee OBrien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Without compromising any motions that we have passed, and I unduly trust our director that he will not, and at the same time keeping in mind the fact that other people have asked to have their flags raised on our flagpole, even this past week, I think it would be good to do this. But again, no motions passed will be compromised. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee OBrien. Trustees, do we have any other questions? Do we have any questions, discussions? Or are we? Trustee Carabella, you have the floor. Trustee Carabella.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to understand this motion that it would be bringing forward to put a flag policy together. So nothing is determined at this point. It's just to bring forward a policy.
The way I read it, Trustee Carabella, is that this motion is directing Director Daly to take this to policy and have a policy created over there. That's the way I understand by reading this, by reading the way it is written.
Yes,
Carabella.
thank you.
Hope that clarifies. Trustee
Yes,
OBrien, Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To me, when you create a policy, everything's on the table and anything can be changed and can open up for further divisive debate, which we've just experienced for 2 years. I think it would have been a good idea to bring this policy several years ago. I think at this point, I don't view it as a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Do we have any other trustees wishing to speak to the flag raising policy? Flag raising policy motion. Seeing none, Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor to close debate.
As an organization who has a very strong equity and inclusion policy, it would stand to reason that we have a flag flying policy that would welcome any minority person that wishes to express their sentiments via flying their flag. Then I would urge that a policy be structured so that there is a process in place to recognize everyone equitably.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I shall now call the vote. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, point of
Okay.
clarification.
Okay, you got to be faster. Oh, I got to read this faster. Okay, Trustee Bowie, you have a point of clarification. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes. Would this policy be dictating how we fly our flags or a process for bringing new flags to the board?
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. I believe this is going to be a policy which is an overarching policy. So that's the way I look at it. Okay, seeing no other questions here, I have called the vote and I shall take it to a recorded vote. Trustee OBrien.
In favor.
Trustee Onchanota. Trustee Bowie.
Come back to me, Mr. Chair.
Trustee Mastrihammer.
Opposed.
Vice Chair Agnew.
Opposed.
Trustee Guzzo.
Opposed.
Trustee Yantamasi.
Favor.
Trustee Carabella.
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy.
Opposed.
Trustee Bowie.
In favor.
So we have 3 in favor, 4 opposed. The motion fails. Moving on to the next item, next action item, evaluation performance of senior staff from 2018 to 2021. The following is the notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read the motion, or would you like me to read the motion?
Before you move forward, I just realized that you're saying that the motions were moved in February the 1st. That is correct. However, because you didn't accept my explanatory notes, these motions are actually current as of February.
Trustee Yantamasi, please read your motion. Please read the motion. Let's not go anywhere else.
Are we using Marvin Duarte's rule of order, or are we
Trustee
using Robert's
Yantamasi.
rules of order?
Trustee Yantamasi, your sarcasm is not going to be tolerated here. Okay? As per Trustee Code of Conduct, Policy I-36, your sarcasm is not going to be tolerated here. We are here to do board business. Okay? So I specified very clearly where we are.
That was a valid question.
You do not have the floor. You do not have the floor. Please read your motion.
So do I have the floor now, Mr. Chair?
You have the floor to read your motion only, nothing else, Trustee Yantamasi, nothing else. Please read your
Be it
motion.
resolved that the Secretary to the Board, Director of Education, provide the board reviews of senior staff from 2018 to 2021.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I need a seconder for this motion, please.
Carabella?
Trustee Carabella seconds it. So, Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor to open up discussions. You have 5 minutes.
Do I have the floor for my explanatory notes now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Trustee Yantamasi, go ahead.
the evaluation performance of senior staff is part of the role that the Director of Education, in his role as Director of Education, provides to the board under policy II-45, whereby he recommends either contract renewals, salary increases, and so on and so forth, every September to the board. I'm asking that the board receive, as per policy II-45, the said evaluation performances.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I shall now open up the floor for discussion. Trustees have 3 minutes to debate. Do I have any trustees in the chat box? No. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
I think Trustee Masri Amar and Trustee Carabella are ahead of me.
Oh, Trustee Masri Amar. Wait, were you in chat box? Okay, so I thought you told us the previous thing. Okay, let me make the speakers list. Trustee Masri Amar, Trustee Carabella, and Trustee Murphy. Trustee Masri Amar, you have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I was just, as a point of clarification, I was just wondering who would conduct the reviews, like who would be reviewing the senior staff?
Thank you, Trustee Masri Amar. So, Director Daly.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question. So it's the responsibility of the Director of Education to conduct those performance reviews.
Thank you, Trustee Masri Amar. Do you have a follow-up question? Thank you. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair. So I'm just looking at our policy, the policy I-45, transparency and accountability in executive compensation. And under the performance appraisal, it says there clearly, the director shall review the performance of superintendents and shall submit a written formal in-camera report to the board that outlines superintendents' performance against their objectives. This will come to the board as an information item by the last meeting of each school year. So we do have it here in our policy. So I am understanding that this motion is just to bring forward that perhaps it was overlooked, that we should have that continue to be fulfilled.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I'll pass this on to Director Daly. Director Daly.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. I guess I would look at that policy in a bit of a wider frame, that it really is tied into executive compensation for our senior staff. It was developed, Trustee Carabella, you may remember the policy was originally developed just towards the end of the last board, their term of office, at a time when the provincial government was looking at implementing merit pay or pay for performance, I guess, for lack of a better term. So the policy, I think, was to align with the direction we were to receive from the provincial government. That concept or notion never came forward, possibly because of the compensation freeze that we're under, possibly because the government and the ministry never came to an agreement as to what that performance pay metric may look like. So I see those two things tied together.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Carabella, do you have a follow-up question?
No, I don't.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Moving forward on the speakers list, we have Trustee Murphy and Trustee Bowie. Trustee Murphy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item, as Trustee Carabella had pointed out, the performance appraisal, written formal in-camera report. So if there was a report that came back, it would have to be in camera, which the current motion doesn't speak to. Given the spirit or intent of this motion, as Director Daly had just stated, it's clearly not written this way. To me, it looks like it's somewhat of an overreach of the Board of Trustees in that reviews should be operational matters, and we should hold the Director of Education accountable for the performance of the superintendents. So this motion was adopted by the previous board near the end of their term. It hasn't come into our cycle yet. We haven't been able to debate this robustly and understand the intent behind this, because to me it's clearly not written that way. So I would like to move a motion to postpone this action item until we can debate policy I-45 or review policy I-45 in our policy meeting. And I would suggest that we give at least 2 policy meetings to do that. So I would expect that we would postpone this item until May 14th.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. So what I'm hearing, you want to move that we postpone this. You're moving to amend this motion to postpone it.
I'm moving to postpone this motion until May 14th. I'll ask our policy chair to bring policy I-45 forward at the next policy meeting, which it can be discussed further.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Do we have a seconder for this motion?
I'll second it.
Trustee OBrien?
Yes.
So moved by Trustee Murphy. Well, let me make a note of that. Seconded by Trustee OBrien. Okay, Trustee Murphy, you have 5 minutes to open up discussion on this, on your amendment.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Trustee OBrien.
If it is a amendment to postpone, I believe
Yes,
there's no.
yes, I get it. Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Trustee OBrien. Your point of order is well accepted. There's no discussion on this. Only the date can be debated. But is there any discussion on this? Trustee Carabella, you have your hand up for this amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Well,
my hand up is before Trustee Carabella.
We can, sorry, Trustee Yantamasi, I have your name on the speakers list. Are you wishing to speak to the amendment and we can talk about the date only? Or do you want to stay in the speakers list?
So I'm speaking to Trustee Murphy's suggested to defer this matter.
Trustee
So
Yantamasi, we can talk only about the date. Only the date can be debated. We cannot.
The motion would have to be broken up because
Trustee Yantamasi.
3 years have already transpired. So Trustee Murphy can only speak to the
point of order. You will stop. There is a point of order. There is a point of order. You will stop, Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Honchanota.
I urge you to refer back to what Trustee Brian indicated by that postpone. We cannot debate only the time to which the motion is postponed. Please let's not waste the time of this board and move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Honchanota. Trustee, your point of order is well accepted and in order. So Trustee Yantamasi, we are not going to waste the time of the board by going around in circles. As I stated earlier, we are going to debate only the date. Do you have anything to say about the date only?
Mr. Chair, the 3 years have already transpired.
Trustee Yantamasi, once again, okay, Trustee Yantamasi, you do not have the floor. I shall move on down the speakers list. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Bowie. Do you wish to speak to the amendment, or do you want to stay on the original speakers list? Original speakers list. Okay, so we have a motion to amend the motion on the floor and moved by Trustee Murphy, seconded by Trustee OBrien. Motion to, sorry. Thank you, Trustee Honchanota. Seconded by Trustee OBrien. We do not have any speakers on the list right now, so.
Yes, Trustee Carabella, my hand is up.
Go ahead, Trustee Carabella, go ahead.
Well, the point I want to make, Mr. Chair, about the postponement date, I mean, this policy exists. It exists, and we should be following it before you're suggesting that we postpone it to amend.
There is a point of order, Trustee Carabella, you have to stop. The minute we hear point of order, we need to stop. I know we are doing remote meetings, but we need to stop. Trustee Janata.
I would like to point the board to 10.15 bylaw to postpone. This is not debatable.
Yes,
We
thank you,
must stay
Trustee.
out of that area of debate.
Thank you,
Please.
Trustee
Thank you.
Janata. Your point of order is is in order and well is accepted. Trustee Carabella, once again, I'd like to remind everybody that we only the date is debatable. So if you have something to say about the date only, then we can talk about it. So do you have something to say about the date on the amendment to postpone?
No.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. I see Trustee Yantamasi's hand with a point of privilege. Trustee Yantamasi, can you state your point of privilege?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair. Trustee Murphy's motion can only speak to this upcoming year.
Trustee
The other
Yantamasi,
previous years have already occurred.
Yantamasi,
Point of order.
there's a point of order. Trustee Chanada, state a point. Yep.
10.15 in our bylaws that indicates to postpone a motion is not debatable.
Yeah.
Could you please refrain from debating this motion? I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Trustee Chanada, we have a point of privilege before that. I have to rule on that first. So that's not a point of privilege. And I was going to rule on that, and then you said point of order. So I rule on the point of privilege, saying it's not a point of privilege. It's a comment which is out of order. And your point of order, it's well accepted. And I've stated this a couple of times before. And I'm going to state once again to all the trustees, please stay with this meeting and stay focused on the discussion. So seeing that, I have Trustee Guzzo's hand up. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor to talk about the amendment to postpone and the date only.
Mr. Chair, I'd ask for you to call the vote.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. Seeing no other speakers, I shall call the vote on the amendment to postpone to May. Director Daly.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the date.
May 14th. May 14th?
The May 14th
Yep.
board meeting.
May 14th
Unless
board
my
meeting.
calendar's off.
March meeting?
Eh?
Oh, you mean next, that's what you said next, or next.
No, it was May, so I wanted to.
Trustees, you need to talk.
Policy meeting,
Trustees,
and then the following board meeting, this motion would be brought back,
so May 14th.
May 14th.
Yeah, so the date is May 14th.
Is that a board meeting?
Director
It's
Daly?
May 17th.
May 17th?
May 17th is the board meeting.
Maybe even last year.
Sorry. May 17th is the date. Rosie, did you get that? May 17th? Okay, so we are going to be voting on the amendment to postpone the item on the floor, that's the evaluation performance of senior staff, to the May 17th board meeting. This motion has been moved by this amendment has been moved by Trustee Murphy and seconded by Trustee OBrien. I shall now call the vote. Trustee Chanada? Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Yantamasi?
Against.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee OBrien?
In favor.
So we have 5 in favor, 2 opposed. The motion to postpone carries. We shall now move on. We got to vote on, sorry, do we need to vote on the original motion? No. Okay, motion to postpone. Thank you. Thanks for your help. Moving on to the next order of business. Action item number 8.4, recording of in-camera meetings. Trustee Yantamasi's motion. The following is a notice of motion from the February 1st, 2022 regular board in-camera meeting. Trustee Yantamasi, please read your motion.
Be it resolved that under the municipal guidelines that all in-camera meetings are recorded for protection against future possible litigation.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I will now ask for a seconder.
Carabella?
Trustee Carabella seconds. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor open to open up discussions, and you have 5 minutes. Trustee Yantamasi.
Thank you. So, colleagues, here are the considerations as it pertains to in-camera video recording in conjunction with the traditional kept minutes of a regularly scheduled in-camera meeting and publicly scheduled board meetings of the corporate board. The authority of the Municipal Act legislation provides all boards with the authority under strict and limited conditions to close proceedings to the general public through what is known as in-camera meetings, Latin for in-chamber. In-camera meetings serve as a legitimate purpose and are an important aspect of parliamentary procedure that protects the board, its economic interests, operations, and the personnel privacy of individuals, ensuring sensitive discussions are kept in confidence. An in-camera meeting is about receiving briefing from the secretary, director, and senior staff and professionals so as to understand sensitive and yet to be decided situational matters. As such, under the Ontario Municipal Government Act, boards are allowed to meet in camera to discuss issues such as personnel matters, labor relations, and contract negotiations, plans to buy, sell, or lease property, legal advice, and security issues. The Municipal Government Act limits the board's ability to make in-camera decisions. Therefore, boards may only make decisions in camera if the decisions concern procedural matters, for example, motions to move in or out of in camera and adjournment, or provides directions to the board staff or solicitors. Under the Ontario Municipal Act, decisions must be made in open sessions. Meeting minutes and video recording minutes must be kept of all board meetings, including meetings held in camera. There now exists the option as an adopted legal procedure to video record in-camera sessions in conjunction with traditional written minutes. Parliamentary procedures recommend that in-camera minutes must follow the same standards as minutes and video recording of regular board meetings. It is important to note that the minutes of video recording of in-camera meetings are now necessary due to the evidentiary legal value and cannot be destroyed. Public disclosure, boards are also required to produce a public record which states board met in camera, the reasons for the meeting, the date of the meeting was held, and no other information. The creation of a public record does not excuse the board from producing minutes of in-camera meetings. Minutes or video from in-camera meetings are protected from disclosure for 10 years, at which point the minutes become public. Background information such as staff reports become public once a decision has been implemented, or if 5 years have passed since the decision was made or considered. Part XX, Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy of the Municipal Government Act, enables certain information to be withheld indefinitely. This includes information related to law enforcement, legal advice, and personal information, which would violate the privacy of a third party if disclosed. For all the above reasons, it is my position, and I ask that the Board of Trustees support the adoption of in-camera recording. This new form of documenting the deliberations in camera will serve as a safety net against any and all illegal challenges by ratepayers, public, and businesses that may result from decisions taken that arise from briefing and recommendations received from the board, secretary, and director, and staff.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I shall now open up the floor to discussions and debate. Trustees, do we have, so on the speakers list, Trustee Bowie. Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I have a question perhaps for Director Daly or for another member of senior staff. Is there any reason why this would be perhaps not feasible, why it would hamper the operations of the board, or why this would be inadvisable to do?
Director Daly?
I don't see where it would hamper the ability of the board to carry out its business. The school boards are governed by the Education Act in terms of what transpires in-camera sessions. I'm not aware of other boards that video record in-camera sessions. I think some boards do audio record for the purposes of taking minutes or producing accurate minutes.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Bowie, do you have a follow-up? Thank you, Trustee Bowie. On the speakers list, we have Trustee OBrien, Trustee Murphy, Trustee Carabella, and Trustee Masriammer. Trustee OBrien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank my esteemed colleague for bringing this motion forward. I did look into the Municipal Act, and under recording of meeting, I will read to the board exactly what it does say. It says a municipality or local board or committee of either of them shall record without note or comment all resolutions, decisions, and other proceedings at a meeting of the body, whether it is closed to the public or not. So that being the case, there really, I must disagree with my esteemed colleague who brought this forward. There is no legal obligation to record this. We are doing everything according to Hoyle. However, in this day of litigation, I can see the advantage of having a recording, though I do not see it as necessary, and legally, it really isn't necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Trustee OBrien. On the speakers list, next up is Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Trustee OBrien. We're primarily directed by the Education Act. There are areas of the Municipal Act which impact us: conflict of interest, freedom of information, privacy, taxes, expropriation of land. In-camera meetings is not one of them. The flip side of the intention or the belief that it will exonerate you, a recording, it will also implicate you. It cuts both ways. I don't think we're in camera for a reason, because there are times where we need to have very frank discussions that, if they're taken out of context, could be problematic. When something is recorded, it's very easy to take it out of context. Therefore, I would not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. Next on the speakers list is Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this motion. I think if we can do it, I don't see any reason why we cannot. And so I will be supporting this.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. We have Trustee Masriammer next. Trustee Masriammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Am I allowed to ask a question towards Mr. Trustee Yantamasi?
Yes, you got to ask the question to the chair, and the chair will bounce it.
Okay, thank you so much. So my question is very simple. It's just, who would have access to the in-camera sessions that are recorded?
Who will have access? Okay, Trustee Yantamasi, there's a question here from Trustee Masriammer. Who will have access to the recordings of the in-camera meetings?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Student Trustee Masriammer. It would be the same process of how the minutes are held now of any in-camera business. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. Do we have a follow-up, Trustee Masriammer?
I do have a follow-up, and I do want to agree with Trustee Murphy and Trustee OBrien that I believe that if we go into in-camera sessions and they are recorded, it could fall into the wrong person's hand. And these are conversations that we do want to have in closed doors for a reason, because they can be taken out of context and it can make our board have a picture that we don't want to portray. So I would disagree with this.
Thank you, Trustee Masriammer. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Ohonchanota. Trustee Ohonchanota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to Director Daly.
If the intention of audio or video recording for in-camera is to help us gain more accurate minutes of those meetings, have we had any situations in the past 4 years where our minutes of our in-camera have been inaccurate?
Director Daly?
I can't think of any, sorry, thank you through Mr. Chair. I can't think of any. I think it's important to note, even when we do take our in-camera minutes, they're like our public session minutes. It's a recording really of decisions that are made as opposed to verbatim minutes. But I can't think of an issue with in-camera minutes other than like typical minutes, maybe typos or that sort of thing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Ohonchanota, a follow-up question?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the speakers list, Trustee Yantamasi, you get to close. You have 3 minutes to close.
For the reasons I stated, I think it would be worthwhile to record both video and sound along with written recordings of in-camera meetings, the purpose of which is the big decisions are made, and if there is litigation and there's different memory for different people that take part, then the video recording together with the sound along with the notes would spell out exactly what took place. For everybody's information, the Ombudsman of Ontario has issued a directive that this is a proper and it's very worthwhile process simply because it protects the corporate board, that is us trustees, for being held liable for any incorrect decision. As such, I ask that you support this particular motion.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I will now call the vote. Vice Chair Agnew?
I'm opposed.
Trustee Guzzo?
Opposed.
Trustee Yantamasi?
In favor.
Trustee Carabella?
I'm in favor.
Trustee Murphy?
Opposed?
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Ohonchanota? Trustee Bowie?
Opposed.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
Opposed.
We have 3 in favor. We have 4 opposed. The motion fails. Moving on to the next order of business, which is staff reports. Item 9.1, 2022 municipal elections, trustee distribution and determination. Superintendent Lofts. Superintendent Lofts, please present the highlights of your report.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached a staff report regarding the trustee distribution and determination. Based on information to date, staff is recommending a status quo position with respect to the upcoming October 24, 2022 municipal election. Branko Vidovic, our Senior Manager of Planning Services, will walk you through the submitted staff report. Branko?
Thank you, Aaron. Through you, Mr. Chair, may I proceed?
Yes, Branko, proceed. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Mr. Lofts has noted, the purpose of this report is to present information from the 2022 Population Electoral Group report from MPAC and to later seek approvals for the trustee determination and distribution of trustees in preparation for the 2022 municipal election. I will just go through some quick highlights here, just the key points. I'll try to be as brief as possible. So in January, the Ministry of Education issued a memorandum, the 2022 trustee determination and distribution. It's attached to the report as Appendix A, and it provides school boards with information and resources to meet their responsibilities with respect to the 2022 school board elections. As the memorandum notes, there have been no changes to Section 58.1 of the Education Act and in Ontario Regulation 412/00 since the previous election in 2018. So no changes since the previous election. The memorandum addresses the following items. The 2022 trustee determination and distribution guide is also attached to this report as Appendix B. Section 58.1 of the Education Act is attached as Appendix C, and Ontario Regulation 412/00 is attached as Appendix D. And as noted in the trustee distribution determination and distribution guide and Section 58.1 of the Education Act, that's what sets the number of elected trustees, while Ontario Regulation 412/00 allows boards to recalculate the number of elected trustees based on a defined criteria. The legislation provides the board with the following regulatory requirements. A board may, by resolution, reduce its number of elected trustees to no fewer than 5. Board may will use the formula in OReg 412/00 to recalculate the number of elected trustees. C, whereas whose areas of jurisdiction include more than one municipality, the boards must pass the resolution either designating one or more municipalities as low population municipalities, or stating that the board has decided not to designate any municipality as a low density municipality. And the last requirement is a board that has formed a geographic area that has 2 or more municipalities must identify a lead municipality for the election. So what does that mean? So by March 31st of this year, the board may pass resolutions determining their number of trustees. The board must pass resolutions determining their trustee distribution, and the board must pass resolutions to designate or to not designate low population municipalities. As noted in the ministry memorandum, boards must complete their trustee distribution and determination, the D&D report for short, and have it submitted by April 4th to the Minister of Education, school board election clerk in all municipalities within the board's jurisdiction, and secretaries of all other boards within the board's jurisdiction. To complete the D&D report, the board must utilize the Population Electoral Group Report, the PEG report, from MPAC, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation. The PEG report sets out official counts required to calculate the number and distribution of school trustees by municipality and ward. The D&D report must include the determination and distribution results, if applicable, the identification of any lead municipalities, a copy of a date and calculation by which the determination and distribution of results were reached, and if applicable, by which any lead municipality was identified, and lastly, copies of all relevant board resolutions. Since our municipality since our geographical area, our region has more than 2 municipalities, we are required to identify a lead municipality. The lead municipality is the municipality that has the greatest electoral population. In our case, it would be the town of Oakville, and that has not changed since the previous election. In terms of designating low population areas, so this would be boards whose area of jurisdiction includes more than one municipality must pass a resolution either designating one or more municipalities as low population municipalities or declaring that no such designation will be made. Staff have made the determination that all areas in Halton region have adequate representation to warrant of at least the full trustee in each area, and accordingly staff will not recommend that any municipalities be designated as low population areas. And just as a note, this is the same recommendation that's been done in the past, so there are no recommended changes here. Trustee determination, the number of elected trustees has not changed since the 2018 election, so this continues to be a total of 9 English separate school trustees. There is a calculator. I'm not going to go through all the criteria. The calculator to determine the number of trustees and the geographical area and quotients. It's an automated online process. There's an online tool for it. Staff have used the online tool, and we have confirmed the results manually just to double check, and it yielded the same results. So as part of the calculation, it's a total of 9 trustees. And then as for trustee distribution by municipality calculation, school board is responsible for determining the geographical allocation of its members and is required to pass a resolution prior to March 31st of an election year to determine its trustee distribution. There is a calculation that's used from the PEG report, which is the official document as in reference to the population. So the calculation, just in summary, it would be the population electoral group representation in a ward or a municipality. It would be, then you would multiply it by the total number of trustees allocated to the board and divided it by the entire population of our jurisdiction. Going down to figure 2, this is the breakdown for representation by ward and electoral quotient. That is summarized on that page, and following that, there's also a distribution map. So it would outline 3 trustees for the town of Oakville, 3 trustees for the city of Burlington, 2 trustees for the town of Milton, and 1 trustees for the town of Halton Hills. So the sum of the electoral quotients in each geographical area should be as close as possible to a whole number. If there are variations, there are chances of appeal. In terms of appeals, the council of a municipality within the area of jurisdiction of the board may appeal to the Ontario Lands Tribunal. For our particular circumstance, the legislation states that appeals have to be greater than 0.05 times the total number of members. So when we did the calculation based on our number of trustees, it would be a threshold of 0.45. And under the status quo that we've presented in terms of the number of trustees and the different quotients, we would not be subject to appeal under this criteria because there is no variation in the calculations that's greater than 0.45. And then just in conclusion, we have reviewed the PEG report. Board staff have determined the number of trustees remains at 9. Trustees will need to decide if the 2022 municipal election will be elected at large by ward or geographic area. Staff will be bringing forward an action report to the March 22nd, 2022 regular meeting of the board, recommending the following as parts of its recommendation. This is subject to change and it could be changed as part of tonight's discussion. Item 1, the town of Oakville be the lead municipality with respect to the 2022 municipal election. That the board resolve not to designate any low population areas for the 2022 municipal election. That the number of trustees determined for the Halton Catholic District School Board for the 2022 municipal election be a total of 9. And lastly, that the 2022 municipal election, that the town of Halton Hills, town of Milton, the city of Burlington, and the town of Oakville be represented. This is, I just put, there was a variation put in here, so it could be at large by ward, geographical area. And then finally, just some draft recommendations for trustee consideration. Subject to further discussion and review, we can have these adjusted for the next meeting on the 22nd. So sorry for the long-winded speech there. I trust that I've covered everything that you needed to have your discussion tonight, but I would be happy to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Branko and Superintendent Loft, for your detailed presentation here. I will now open up the floor to trustees for any questions. So I have a speakers list here: Trustee Yantamasi, Trustee OBrien, and Trustee Murphy. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So the question is either to Lofts or Branko. When we look at the PEG, the representation of population breakdown for Halton, our total Catholic population as per this document is 114,322. So when we do the electoral quotient by 9, we come up with a 12,702 21 number, yet when we divide the quotient into the local, then that number is reduced considerably. In other words, there's a discrepancy in numbers. Are these your numbers? That this table, was this table created by the board, or is this table given to us by AMPAC?
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. I will direct the question to Branko. Go ahead, Branko.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair. This whole process has been made easy for staff. Actually, it's an automatic online calculator, so it's basically a plug and play. We've done it both ways. We've done the automatic process in terms of determining the trustees and the quotients, and we've done it manually, and we've yielded the same results. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, you have a follow-up?
So when I do the calculations, and when I take the 114,322 to get the electoral quotient, it gives me 12,702. When I do the quotient asked per the region in questions, for example, the city of Burlington, that particular number changes and it comes in at 702. If we were to take the discrepancies for all 4 municipalities, does that provide us the 0.0545% so as to be able to appeal, increasing the number of trustees? Yes or no?
I'll direct the question to Branko again.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I quite understand the question. The calculation is automatically done. It was determined that it's 9 trustees. We'd be happy to look at what the way you're calculating it as well, but this online calculator tool was created for this exact purpose, to determine the different requirements as per legislation.
Point of clarification.
Trustee Yantamasi, state your point
of clarification. So Branko, through you, Mr. Chair, to Branko. So Branko, you said that you calculated both these numbers, both as what's provided to you by the system, and then you also fact checked it by doing it manually, correct? And you got no discrepancies.
Okay, Branko.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, Trustee Yantamasi.
Thank you.
So my calculation.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. You had a point of clarification. Moving down speakers list, we have Trustee OBrien and Trustee Murphy. Trustee OBrien.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. To Branko. Branko, I do not live in the town of Milton, but I do hear that the growth there is exponential. So the number here, 23621, by the time of the election, would it be significantly higher? And does that count into the equation at all? I know that's a rare case, but Milton is a rare community in the sense that it is growing so fast. Just curious.
Thank you. I'll pass it on to Branko again.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the PEG report's only produced once every 4 years in the times of election. There are strict deadlines in terms of getting this report. So we received this report on February 14. There would be no substantial changes, and this is what we are required to use as per legislation to determine the trustee allocations.
Thank you, Trustee OBrien. Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee OBrien. Next on speakers list is Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Branko. If we're looking at organizing by ward, there was some suggestions in the report. They tend to be north-south, but when we look at Milton, for example, there is good reason to look at dividing east-west along Highway 25. You share a bit of old Milton and new Milton in both wards, and then both wards have a high school. So what's the if the trustees make that determination, we move a motion that we want to change. So in Milton, for example, we say 1 and 4, and 2 and 3. Is there criteria that we have to meet, or is there thresholds that we have to meet to be able to do that? Or is it provided you meet your allotment within your geographical area, you can distribute it as you see fit?
Thank you, Trustee Murphy. I'll pass the question to Branko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, Mr. Chair, again. So for, in particular, the town of Milton, you are allotted for the town of Milton, you are allotted 2 trustees. So in terms of how those trustees are allocated, it's really up to the board. However, the whole goal of assigning trustees is to make sure equitable representation. So the idea is the electoral quotient needs to be as close as to a whole number, so 1. And if there's a variance of more than 0.45, the municipality can appeal the board's ruling.
Thank you, Branko. Trustee Murphy, do you have follow-up?
Yes, thank you. That's a good point. That's the threshold I was curious about. It's interesting, you make the distinction that it's based on electoral equity, which doesn't really correlate to student population, which obviously is beyond our scope here. But so I'm curious, we talked about 9 trustees. My understanding is that's the maximum. You could actually reduce the number of trustees, could you not? So for example, if an area has 3 trustees, you could reduce it to 2. Is that possible?
Branko, pass it on to you.
Yep, correct. So there is legislation. It's in the report. It does allow the board to reduce the amount of trustees. I believe it was down to 5. Yes, I'm just going to refer to it again in the report. And yes, so it would be page 2 of 11 in the report, page 42 of the package, near the top.
Thank you. Got it, Trustee Murphy?
Thank you very much. That was very informative.
Okay, thank you, Branko. Moving on down the speakers list, I think we have only one speaker. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
So bear with me. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Branko. So Branko, when I work out the electoral quotient for 114,322 divided by the 9 trustees that we currently have, what I come up with is 12,702.44. However, the quote, when I multiply the local by the electoral quotient, for instance, Burlington, 2.71, that number changes. So the quotient provides or generates a different number, the same as it does up in Halton Hills. When we combine all of the areas, would we be within the 0.45 so as to be able or justify another trustee? That's my question. That was the same question I asked earlier. Hopefully this is clear.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. Branko, did you understand the question?
I believe so, Mr. Chair. So through you, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask Rosie to go to page 44 of the report.
Rosie?
So this is what we can have maximum based on our population, our electoral population, and our average daily enrollment for the 2021-2022 school year. So this is an online process. It meets all different regulation and criteria, and it states that the max we can have is 9 trustees. I believe what Trustee Yantamasi, and I could be wrong here, but if you are looking at the total for the 2022 electoral quotient, it does say 9 because that is the total amount of trustees we can have. There are, decimal places at work here too. So the point is, as long as we're not more than that threshold of 0.45, we won't be subject to appeal. However, This is still an open process, so the trustees can decide, how to adjust the different geographic areas.
Thank you, Branko. Trustee Yantamasi, do you have a follow-up question?
So when our quotient, so working out our quotient, for instance, if you go 2.71 divided into 34,000, that puts us under the 3 trustees, simply because if you divide the quotient for the whole geographic area, you're going to get 12,702, whereas in Burlington, the actual number is 11,000 and change, correct?
I think I saw Superintendent Lofts' hand up. Superintendent Lofts, were you going to chime in and say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I believe it's extremely prescribed, and I think Mr. Vidovich actually pointed out to the variables that are input in to determine our 9 trustees. I believe he's already mentioned we actually did the calculation manually to ensure that there were no errors within the online calculation. I think he's answered the question a few times now. I don't really know where Trustee Yantamasi is going with it. It's like I said, it's a prescribed calculation that was done manually and with an online calculator for our region.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. I think there is some kind of calculation issue here. I'm sure you
have a
will
second.
to work
Can I
with
have a
Trustee
follow-up question,
Yantamasi.
Mr. Chair?
Trustee Yantamasi, I'm speaking right now. So it seems to me that there's some calculation error or some discrepancy which is occurring. I'm sure Superintendent Lofts would be happy to work with you offline rather than going back and forth with this. So seeing no other speakers on this list, I will now move on to the next item. Next item on staff reports, which is new construction project budgets. Superintendent Merrick. Superintendent Merrick, please present the highlights of your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, this report is to give an update to trustees on the status of 3 new build projects. We'll give an update on the status of approvals for the projects. We'll try and give trustees an idea of the expected budget for those 3 projects. And all 3 are currently in pre-construction approvals, sitting with the Ministry of Education. So the first project we'll look at tonight is the Milton No. 3 Catholic Secondary School. Trustees will remember that this project was funded back in July of 2020, and staff submitted the design concept for approval to the ministry way back in August of 2020. At that time, the Ministry of Education requested that the board consider reducing the size of the school for cost considerations, even though it's located in a high growth area in Milton. After many rounds of revisions and reviews and resubmissions with the ministry, we settled on a design for the school that would take a roughly 10% of the kind of the baseline area out of the school for cost considerations, and that revised design was finally approved in November of 2021. Following that, as typical in our process, once we have a design approved for a school, we then go by kind of a conceptual design, as you will. We go back and do the detailed design, all the detailed engineering for the project, and we get a detailed cost estimate for the project as well. You'll see some of those details of the cost estimate outlined in the table in the report there. But when we tally up the cost estimate for the construction cost estimate, and then add in all the soft costs as well, the funding gap for the project, even with the reduced area, is still about $10.2 million. Trustees will remember back in the summer of 2020, the board authorized to spend up to $6.5 million of funds from board's available capital sources. But even with the $6.5 million extra, the gap is still a little over $3.7 million in gap versus the expected budget for this project. So staff are currently working with the Ministry of Education to see if additional funding could be provided to close that gap and allow us to proceed with the tender and the construction of that project. So that's kind of the recap of where we're at right now on Milton No. 3 Secondary School. Moving on, we have the North Oakville number 4 Catholic Elementary School. This project was funded the funding was announced back in October of 2020. Staff submitted the design concept to the ministry in January 2021, and it was subsequently approved in February of 2021. Again, following the design approval, we complete the detailed design and get a cost estimate for the project. The cost estimate, when combined with all the soft costs, provided a funding gap of roughly $3.9 million. And back when we approved the budget for this one, trustees approved the use of up to $1 million in board capital sources. That's obviously not enough to cover the $3.9 million gap. So again, board staff are working with the ministry to try and secure additional funding to close that gap, and working that out with the ministry staff right now. And then lastly, we have the Milton number 9 Catholic Elementary School. Milton number 9 was funded back in February of 2022 as part of the 2021-2022 Capital Priorities Program. It's a little bit different in that round. We were actually allowed to submit our design concept as part of the Capital Priority submission, so we did that, which expedited our approval. So while the funding was announced in February 2022, just less than a month ago, we also got approval on the space template in early February, and then we actually completed the detailed design, and we have our cost estimate in hand. We got it yesterday as well. The cost estimate for this came in extremely high. We are still going back and forth now with our cost consultants, trying to figure out why it's so high. It's not atypical for a project to come in high initially, and then we kind of work out some of the bugs and get down to a more reasonable number, but we're still in that process, seeing that we just got the cost estimate. It's very, as of the middle of last week. But at current, it's showing about a $9.8 million gap on this project. Again, we'll work with the cost consultant to try and refine that number. I would hope that it's going to be a kind of a worst case scenario, and we'll whittle that number down as we kind of refine the scope for the cost consultants. But that's kind of where we're at right now. And again, we'll work with the Ministry of Education on how to close or how to fund that gap, realizing that there has been considerable movements in the construction market, both through the pandemic and through the supply chain challenges that we have now. So that's a recap of where we're at on these 3 projects. Again, all the projects are currently waiting with the ministry for approvals. And the idea here is that as we work out either revise the cost estimates or work out funding solutions through the ministry, we would bring action reports back to the board with the detailed kind of the solution that we've worked out for funding the gap, and bring it back to the board for approval at that time. But this is just more to give folks an update on where we're at current, and set us up for hopefully some of these getting additional funding and approval from the ministry, and then bringing it back for an action report to get things moving along, so we can get on with construction. Happy to take any questions that trustees may have. There's no motions for approval here tonight, but happy to take any questions that trustees may have on these 3 projects.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick, for being proactive and getting these numbers together and ready in advance. I shall now open up the floor to trustees for questions. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Yantamasi, Trustee OBrien, and Trustee Owen. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Supervisory Officer Merrick, can we go back to the cost schedule and the projected cost overruns for the Milton High School? So based on this gap amount of $10,243,945, we know that the ministry increased funding by 6% just in December last year. Does this 10 million include that 6%, or is this over and above that 6% increase that was already given to us by the ministry?
Superintendent Merrick.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that 6% increase is only on the 2021-2022 capital priorities projects. So the Milton number 3 number would have a mix of both, because the original base school was funded as part of the 2020-2021 program, so that wouldn't have the 6% in it. The addition, which is only about $2 million of the funding amount there, so it's $2 million out of $43.5 million. That part would have the 6% increase on it. As a rule, the ministry has not gone back and increased amounts from past rounds. But if you make your case and submit your cost estimate, you can apply for additional funds at the ATP stage, which is kind of where we're at right now.
Trustee Yantamasi, do you have a follow-up? Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So my follow-up. So assuming that the 6% is not included in there, when we look at the 43,354,594, and you look at the 10 million cost overrun, we're looking at approximately 23% increase. Is that what we're asking the government to help fund?
Superintendent Merrick?
Yeah, we're asking them to fund the gap on the project. That's correct.
So is a point of clarification, is the total amount 53 million? So have our high schools now gone up to 53 million to finish?
Superintendent Merrick?
So that's the cost estimate for the project, the whole project, construction costs, and the soft costs included on there that you see on the table. I'll remind trustees, though, that this is not a tender amount. This is an estimate amount. So, there's possibility when you go to market, you get a higher price, a lower price. This is an estimate, but it's part of the ministry process. They do require that you submit a Class A cost estimate as part of your budget approval process in order to get approvals.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Next on speakers list, Trustee OBrien. Trustee OBrien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Merrick. Superintendent Merrick, so working at a gap shortfall of, say, $23 million.
Superintendent
total
Merrick?
Between all three schools.
Superintendent Merrick, you heard the question?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're showing here. A little over 10.2 on Milton number 3. A little over almost 3.9 million on Oakville number 4. And again, we're still trying to work up the numbers in a little more detail on Milton number 9, but at current with our first cost estimates come in roughly 9.8 million gap on that one.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee OBrien. Do you have a follow-up?
So when would you come back to the board asking for this funding?
Superintendent Merrick?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. It's a bit of a chicken and egg thing because I need approval from the board to approve the budget for the project. But we also know that we need, the board doesn't have this amount of funds to, put into all of these projects and move these ahead on our own. And even if we did have enough money to fund all of these projects, we would still need approval from the ministry to spend your own funds on a capital project, even your own board funds. You need approval from the ministry to do that as well. So in this case, we're going to the ministry first, asking them to fund the gap and provide additional funds because, they are the ones that are funding the new schools. And the construction benchmark that is provided by the ministry has not kept up with inflation in the construction industry. We're going to them first, asking them to approve additional funds for these projects. They may come back and fund all of it. They may come back and fund some of it. They may come back and fund none of it, in which case I'll bring it back to the Board of Trustees and we can discuss, if we're going to accept the extra money from the ministry, if we're going to fund the rest of the gap with board funds, and how we're going to proceed with that.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you.
Moving on down the speakers list, we have Trustee Ohonchanada. Trustee Ohonchanada? We'll put him after you.
I would defer to my colleague from the north because we have
Trustee
to stick
Ohonchanada,
together.
go ahead.
Superintendent Merrick, just really curious about the process. So we see the gap. I'm not surprised that you guys see the price of milk.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't want to interrupt, but I can hear the first part of the question, then it got cut off and I can't hear anymore.
Can you repeat the question, Trustee Ohonchanada? Yeah. Yeah. Can you try?
You're still pretty hard to hear. It sounds like you're all the way up in Georgetown right now. I can't hear at all now.
Can you hear me, Superintendent Merrick?
I can hear you, Trustee Duarte.
Hello, Superintendent Merrick. Can you hear me now?
Perfect, perfect.
Awesome. Thank you. So I was just going to ask, I'm not surprised about the construction costs because I made a little joke about the price of milk. So I hope you didn't miss that one. But what is the actual process that you will follow to go back to the ministry? Is there a formal process, or is it just communication through emails or telephone calls? How will you do that? I'm just really curious about that.
Superintendent Merrick, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. There is a formal process. It's called the approval to proceed process, or the ATP process. You need to get approval from the ministry on your detailed budget before you tender the project. And that's kind of where we're held up right now, is that if the funding amount that we have from the ministry is enough to cover our cost estimate and what we have on our detailed budget, then we're allowed to proceed to tender. At this point, we have a gap, so we need to find a solution for the gap. And whether the solution is that we fund it through our own board funds, even if the board had $10 million and they wanted to put it into the project, even if we wanted to, we would still need approval from the ministry to spend our own funds on it. So as part of this ATP process, when we submit our detailed budget, if the funding amount is less than the expected construction amount, it'll show a deficit on there, and the board has to submit their plan for how we will cover that gap. And we can request additional funds from the ministry. We can request that the board be allowed to put their own funds into the project, but it's ultimately the ministry will decide if the plan that we put forward is acceptable. And that's the stage we're at now. So we've submitted that cost estimate to the ministry, showing a gap. In some of these projects, the board has already approved spending of additional board funds on the projects. On other ones like Milton number 9, we haven't approved any additional funds on that. So in that case, we would ask that the ministry fund that entire gap. And that's where we're at right now, trying to figure out how, what method we would use to cover that the deficit on the project.
Thank you for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this is my world that I live every day. The steel prices are only held for 15 days. I have a supplier who I ordered equipment in October. It might be coming in May, and he's going to tell me how much it costs when they ship. So this is the reality of the materials market right now. It's absolutely brutal, and that's why I look the way I do, and I don't get any sleep. But that's topic for another day. Part of the challenge is when you're estimating a project. Now everybody's gun shy, so obviously they're going to put a certain amount of, I'll use a dirty word, padding in there. If we look at our actuals from number 10, which granted, we started before things went crazy. We look at the square footage cost. Are we close on 9, or is it a 30 or 40% increase?
Superintendent Merrick.
That's through you, Mr. Chair. It's more than that. It's like at number 10, number 10 was tendered a little over a year ago. The market has moved substantially since then. But it was about $210, $212 a square foot was the tendered price for that. I would expect, as we've bought things later in the year now, some of those items have gone up, but we've been able to eat those in our contingency later on in the year. But right now, the cost estimate that we've seen for Milton number 9 is just south of $300 per square foot. So it's moved, almost 50%. In the course of a year. It's probably not that far off, but it is more than we've seen on other tenders that other boards have closed. So we're in touch with a number of other boards, especially DTE boards that do a lot of construction. We'd expect to see numbers more in the maybe the 250 to 270 range per square foot. So that's why we think we're perhaps a little high on the cost estimate for Milton 9. and working with them now, showing them some data from other projects, hopefully refining that number and get us in line. There has been occasions as well where the ministry, realizing that the market is pretty volatile and a cost estimate is only an estimate. It doesn't mean you can actually build the school for that price. If you get within a certain range, they may allow you to go to tender and conditionally approve it upon the tender price that comes out. So that's an option as well. If we can get to a reasonable number that the ministry would allow us to go tender, we can go tender it, get an actual price, and then see if we can proceed from there.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Trustee Murphy, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. Thank you. So is there going to be in your, I know it's hard for you to comment on this, but do you feel or think there will be downward pressure on the percentage of space template that now is capped at 90? Is it going to go down to 75%? Are we going to start having to build smaller schools in a growth area? And the other side is also timing. We're in an election year. We have a window to get this approved. Could I get your feelings on that?
Superintendent Merrick?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. As far as taking more area out, I mean, most of the 10% was easy by any means, but it gets really hard beyond 10% to find any more area to take out without removing it from classrooms. Hallways have to be certain widths based on the occupancy of your building. Gyms are a certain size based on the capacity of students you want to fit within gyms and stages. And anything beyond that, it's really hard to remove space without taking it out of the classroom. And in a pandemic world, or I guess we're almost post-pandemic now, shrinking those classrooms has obvious implications as well. So I don't think we can go much further on taking area out of schools. And then to your second question around getting approval on these, I would say there has been a lot of renewed interest in getting these projects approved through our ministry staff, and likely coming from downward pressure from the politicians that are in charge of those departments. After a couple of years, in the case of Milton 3, of quite a bit of inactivity and lack of movement, we've had a lot of questions coming back and a lot of interest in pushing these projects forward. And even now, 6 months ago, the idea of requesting additional funds, on the order of magnitude that we're talking about in these projects, would have been laughed at the ministry level. But now we're at the point where they're hearing us, acknowledging the challenges in the construction market, and hopefully getting some traction with getting these approved and some additional funds allocated to get these things built.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Moving on down the speakers list, we have Trustee Bowie. Trustee Bowie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I have a question for Superintendent Merrick, and I promise you, Superintendent, it's going to be the easiest one you're going to have to answer tonight. On page 112 of the agenda, I don't know what that is potentially within the report, but the second subtitle is supposed to read Milton number 9 Catholic Elementary School, correct? I think there might be an error there.
You are correct. You caught me.
Okay, thank you. I was confused by that for longer than I'd like to admit.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Do you have a follow-up or another question? Okay, moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Supervisory Officer Merrick. So we know that Milton number 3, Oakville number 4, and Milton number 9 has already had work done in preparation for the project. So when I look at these particular numbers, the amount of work and what's being already spent, is that taken away from the total amount that you have in table 1 to the expected project budget?
Superintendent Merrick.
Through you, Mr. Chair. The amount already spent would only be in design and consulting fees, and that would be included in the soft cost line. So that would be a portion of that in the soft cost line. But it's not extra on what's on top of the numbers, it is included in those numbers.
Trustee Yantamasi, do you have a follow-up?
Yes, I do. So Milton number 3, we've been doing compacting, we've been doing actual work. So my question again is, how much have we spent in each of the 3 projects to date? Not soft cost, land, site preparation, and so on.
Superintendent Merrick, do we have the breakdown?
Through you, Mr. Chair, site preparation costs are done through EDCs, and EDCs are not part of the approval through the ministry process. So I could get those numbers for you offline, but they are not part of the discussion here tonight.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Seeing no other speakers on the list, we shall now move on to the next order of business. That's information items number 10. It's only 9 o'clock and we have reached item number 10. That's amazing. So the first item, 10.1. Sorry, Trustee Murphy. Okay. Okay, the first item on the information item, student trustee update. Student. Okay, Trustee Murphy, here's your moment.
Would you like me to sing a song, tell you a story? What would you like?
Okay.
My tap shoes are in the trunk. Give me a second.
Okay, Trustee Bowie is here. We are at item 10.1, Trustee Bowie, student trustee update. So please present your report.
Thank you so much, everyone. So I'll be starting our report. So our first pillar is the achieving. On February 22nd, 2022, it was the HCDSB student trustee elections. Each candidate for the role had to present a 5-minute speech for the student senate, and then senators had 5 to 7 minutes to ask questions to each candidate. We want to congratulate everyone that applied for the position because it takes a lot of courage and hard work to apply and get to that point. We speak from experience. We are all proud and grateful to have you in our schools and in our student senate. To those who were not elected, we want to remind you that all your hard work still matters and you will end up where you're supposed to be. For the 2022-2023 school year, the 3 incoming student trustees who were elected are Brady Kuzma for the Burlington region, currently attending Corpus Christi Catholic Secondary School. Ariana Chua for the North Halton region, currently attending St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School. Katie Bowie for the Oakville region, currently attending St. Ignatius of Loyola Catholic Secondary School. Thank you for all your hard work, and we're sure you will represent students well and be great leaders for all students in our board. We would like to wish all 3 of you the best of luck in the next school year. Additionally, students are looking forward to some extracurricular activities like sports to resume back in person. They feel like with semesters and extracurriculars being back, that we are getting a sense of what secondary school is supposed to be like. They're finding that even with the added stress of having more classes now, that since class time is shorter, they're able to engage in class more, making learning a lot more enjoyable since concepts are being spread out. I'll be starting the believing. In accordance with our Catholic values, the Environmental Stewardship Committee proposed and passed a motion for 2 week-long energy contests between HCDSB secondary schools. They will compete to see who can save the most energy. For the 2-week period leading up to the competition, schools' energy usage will be recorded. Then, for the 2 weeks of the competition, the school's usage will be recorded. The school with the greatest decrease in energy consumption percentage-wise will win a plaque. This will encourage staff and students to decrease energy consumption and will educate and raise awareness for practicing eco-friendly and environmental sustainable habits within schools.
Thank you, Gabriella, and I will pick up from here. So the Environmental Stewardship Committee additionally presented and passed a proposal to create a climate emergency declaration and will request the board to approve and implement this motion, which, as you can see, was presented as a notice of motion for next board meeting. The declaration aims to ensure that board decisions take into account the current climate emergency and that increased efforts to educate staff and students on the issue are taken. The Catholic Faith in Action Committee has prepared and passed a proposal for our upcoming Lenten season. The committee invites all HCDSB staff, students, and stakeholders to participate in almsgiving this year by supporting the Halton Catholic Children's Foundation, either by donating through school cash online or by raising funds through pledging themselves to a 24-hour fast. This will allow HCDSB community members to strengthen their relationship with God and give back to a very important organization. Now to our belonging section. Trustees Bowie and Masri Amar, who sit as representatives on the Catholic Board Council, CBC of Asta ACO, are proud to announce that the organization has published a statement on homophobia in Catholic education. As members of the CBC, Trustees Bowie and Masri Amar were involved in the development of the statement. It was sent to all Catholic school boards in the province. I believe it is listed as correspondence in your current agenda if you'd like to review it. The statement provides calls to actions to all Catholic school boards in Ontario to address homophobia and LGBTQ+ discrimination in our schools, and we as student representatives look forward to working towards the goals as outlined in the statement. Additionally, the Student Senate is preparing for the promotion of the upcoming student census, with announcements and promotional materials being organized currently by each school senators. As well, I'm very proud to announce that some of our senators, in combination with Trustee Tokiwa, who unfortunately isn't here tonight, made a very awesome video promoting the student census that's been released on our Instagram page. So very excited to shout that out. They did some amazing work there. As well, representatives from the Senate are also currently engaged in focus groups surrounding the school liaison officer program with the board, along with the student trustees, representatives from other school leadership organizations, including student councils and student equity groups. Our senators engaged in these discussions throughout last week.
Thank you, trustees, for your report, and congratulations from us once again. And all of you all have been representing students very well and bringing their matters to the board. So thank you for the report. I'll now open up the floor to trustees for questions. On the speakers list, we have Vice Chair Agnew and then Trustee Guzzo. Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just one comment and one question. So just a congratulations to our incoming trustees. I'll save the kudos for our outgoing ones later on. But again, congratulations to Katie and welcome to Brady and Ariana. Please let us know if there's anything that we can be doing to assist you as you're ramping up. But we're excited to have you on board. And as always, big shoes to fill, but we know that you can do it. And then just a question with respect to the statement that Oxa Echo put together. Has that statement been supported by Oxta? Has it been shared with Oxta? What's their role been in that? Do we expect to see that coming out from them? Has there been any collaboration with them? If you could help me with that, that'd be great.
Trustee Bowie.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, I will say that the CBC President, Sydney Yott, and Vice President Declan Emerald, throughout the production of the statement, have been in very close contact and collaboration with Oxta. It was something that they, kept us updated on throughout the development of the statement. I won't speak specifically to Oxta's position, but I will say that the statement was developed in collaboration with them, and it was definitely reviewed with them before it was put out.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Vice Chair Agnew, go ahead.
Thank you. So just to follow up then, so that's great that there was a collaboration piece. Do you know if Oxta has shared that with their members, if they've done anything active at all with that statement, or if it just simply ended at that collaboration piece and they've had no further involvement? Do you know at all?
Trustee Bowie?
I do not know. I know that the statement that it was announced in press conference that was organized by Oxta, and it was sent out to all boards, Catholic school boards and Catholic school board trustees in Ontario. Whether Oxta was part of the dissemination of the statement, I again am not familiar. I only know on the board side of things. But that might be a question for some people at Oxta.
Thanks very much.
Trustee Mastriamer, you want to add anything to that? No, good. Okay. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And just to follow up on Trustee Agnew's, and correct me, trustees, if I'm wrong, but Chair Duart, do you recall seeing that statement sent out to all trustees? No, sent to us.
It was sent to directors and chair. And regional directors. It should have gone out to.
And who do you know who it was sent by?
It was sent by OCST.
So, okay. Can we confirm that?
Sure.
Because that should have been something that should have been then shared with all
should have
trustees.
been-
And I may have missed it, so if I
Yep.
did miss it coming through, I
Right.
apologize. I just want to commend the work
I'll check.
that was done on that statement. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for always being the voice that leads, the voice of reason, and reminding us of what we're all doing here and what we're sitting here for is for you as students and what we can do to support you. So thank you for doing that. It was amazing. I was very pleased to see it. I saw it on Twitter, so when it got released. So thank you very much. But if we could confirm, Mr. Chair, because if it was sent out by Oxta, I would. It would be interesting to know why it wouldn't be sent to everybody from Oxta, all trustees.
So I see the email.
Or forwarded to us.
I think Director Daly just sent it to you right now. So. Okay.
I will say that might have been my mistake, that it was just sent to directors and chairs of the board for correspondence. But Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me, I'd also like to respond to Trustee Guzzo's
go ahead.
response. Yeah. I'd just like to say that, thank you for your recognition of our hard work, but it wouldn't have been possible without all of the other amazing Catholic student trustees that we work with. The statement was born out of discussions that we had with Catholic student trustees as representatives on the CBC across the province at our FGM, and it was developed in collaboration and in consultation with them, and it's based off of the work of many student trustees that came before us and that are working in collaboration with us. So I would love to take credit for it, but I think it was definitely a combined effort from Catholic student trustees across the province, and I'm very happy to say that, and happy to say I had, albeit a small part in the development of it.
Thank you, Trustee Bowie. Trustee Mastrihammer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to add on to something that Katie was talking about, is something I believe in as students we really need is consistency. And we see that with this topic is something that most Catholic students want to see. Not just the pride flag flown, but also other actions that we can make to make those students really feel welcomed in our schools. Is not just about one thing. It's about really making them feel welcome and telling them that who they are is enough for us and they matter in our schools.
Thank you, Trustee Mastrihammer. So I do not see any other speakers on the list. Thank you once again for your report and the amazing work you do. Moving on to the next item on the order of business of information items, school updates. Director Daly.
Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. So it's a little bit of a brief update. It's certainly not to indicate, not there yet. There's not lots going on, but just give me 1 second. Wrong meeting, sorry.
Marvin did that. He jinxed it. I
was like, he's controlling it from.
No, that was a jinx.
Just as a point of clarification for something that was mentioned earlier, is the statement, was it sent to you by Oxta or Oxta? Yeah.
I'm trying to multitask here. So Oxta released a statement that came to chairs and directors, and that's the one I just forwarded to everybody. The letter, it must have came to me because that's how it ended up in correspondence, I think.
What was it, the Ontario Catholic School Trustees Association or the Student Trustees?
They send it to the directors and the chairs, just not to the trustees. Actually, one of them sent it to the trustees.
I know that also.
Yeah.
It looks like I tweeted
there.
that screen up there? What is it? I can't seem to stop sharing this one because I got the wrong one. Shouldn't it just be there?
We have technical difficulties trying to share the presentation, so kindly bear with us.
Sorry about the delay. So a few updates for this board meeting. A reminder that throughout our school year, we've been trying to maintain safe and healthy schools, to re-engage our Catholic community, support the mental health and well-being of students, staff, and families where needed, meeting the needs of all of our learners, and enhancing our online capacity, both for our in-person and remote learners. A couple of reminders I think it's important for people to be aware of. As things are starting to loosen in terms of restrictions in the province, and certainly as of today of March 1st, there's some differences in some of the COVID restrictions that have been in place in schools. In our board, we still do continue to have our kindergarten to grade 12 students, staff, visitors show daily confirmation of screening. So we haven't received any further direction from the ministry on that yet. So students and staff are still required to screen each day as they come to school. And our students continue to wear masks at school, the vast majority of our students and staff, for the time being. So no further direction on either of those two health and safety measures from the ministry yet. Trustees will recall from a bit of an update that I gave them on the weekend or from emails last week that the board did receive the grant for student needs on February 17th, and also our PPF funding, which is early. It's the earliest it's been, to my knowledge. So that's good news for us to be able to start planning forward. We still haven't received the technical paper yet, so that'll help fill in some gaps. But with the release of some budget information from last year, the ministry also released their action plan for learning recovery for the 2022-2023 school year. So that's something that we'll have to put our efforts towards as a ministry direction. The ministry and the governments recognize that, despite the best efforts of all of our school systems across the province over the last 2 years, that there still may be some gaps in student learning because of the moves between remote and closing schools down and opening them up again. So in order to establish a baseline to measure and assess where students are, provincial EQAO assessments for grades 3 and 6 will continue this year. They've been paused for the last couple of years. The grade 9 math assessment has taken place this year. The OSSLT is taking place this year. There will be a focus in the next school year from a provincial perspective on strengthening numeracy and literacy skills. So we were happy to see that some of the summer learning funding that we've received in the past, it appears at first glance that will continue. That'll be really helpful for us for some of the programs that we were able to establish for a wider range of students over the last 2 years. So we are excited about that. We did take, I think, good advantage of that additional funding over the last couple of years. The ministry has provided quite a bit of mental health funding again over the last 2 years. So we're thankful that that's going to be maintained and looking forward to how we can continue to support the mental health and well-being of our students with any additional funds and supports that we do receive. One of the things that's it's new or different, I guess, is a move to develop a more comprehensive tutoring supports. And this funding for our board, it's over $3 million, broken into kind of 2 segments. One segment from April 1st until August 31st, so to take us through the rest of this school year and into the summer. And then the second portion of that funding to take us from September till next December. It's fairly flexible in terms of how this tutoring support can be offered. It can be offered during the school day. It can be offered before and after school. It can be offered in summer programs. It can be done in conjunction with third parties or community groups. So we're looking at all of those potential options, and we'll have more information to bring back prior to April as we roll out kind of the spring tutoring initiatives. And then lastly, a focus for the ministry into next school year is to take I guess a deeper look or some greater supports at some of our youth apprenticeship programs, dual credit programs, which our high school students currently are in, but to expand access to that, to continue to pilot some experiential learning programs, both for students and staff. Some of that funding is directed at guidance staff, so they get a greater understanding of some of the available opportunities out there. I'm just looking at a typo I've got here that should say online modules. Apologize for that. So that's kind of the focus from the ministry moving forward that some of the funding is tied to. In terms of just a quick update, as of a couple of weeks ago, school boards did get notification from the ministry that extracurriculars, both sports and other activities, could resume. So our elementary and secondary school athletic seasons are back in session. Our other extracurricular activities, whether club-based or other sorts of activities with regards to the arts or music, can be back up and running with some certain protocols still in place, but we are excited about that. I think in the conversation we had with a few of our trustees, student trustees this week, we get the sense that schools are excited that some of those opportunities are back for our students. And I think also a recognition that some of the ways that we've maintained extracurricular activities in a remote format are ones that we're probably going to continue. I think about things like esports, and I saw that last week Bishop Redding was in Rocket League and won that kind of the first tournament. So things that I'm not super familiar with, but I know that students are very interested in. So another great opportunity for some of our students. A couple of reminders just in terms of some things that are going on around the board level. Our student census opened on February 28th and it runs until April 4th. We're still experiencing some delays with regards to transportation, although it's improving, but important for parents and guardians, if they haven't signed up for the daily notifications. That's probably a good idea. And also some good news that effective today, and maybe we'll be hopeful for our parishes in Ash Wednesday liturgies tomorrow as we enter into Lent. As of March 1st, our churches in the Diocese of Hamilton are now open to full capacity, and parishioners will still continue to be required to wear masks 2 years and up. But good news for our parishes that they are open. They've been in business, but open for full business as of tomorrow. And a final reminder that we try and update parents and students as much as we can through the board website, our Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook accounts, and certainly our schools do a tremendous job of keeping parents updated either through their school site or through their various means of social media as well. And that's my quick update for this week, but I'm happy to answer any questions that I might not have covered.
Thank you, Director Daly. One item you did not cover is that we have all trustees here, but 3. So that's an update here too. So, trustees, do we have questions here? We have a speakers list. We have Trustee Bowie, Trustee Agnew, and Masri-Amar. So Trustee Bowie, you have the floor.
Trustee Masri-Amar, were you before me or was that before? Okay. Sorry, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Question for Director Daly. I was looking at that transportation section, and I know that as the Oakville student trustee, something that has been top of students' minds recently are the transportation strikes for the Oakville public transportation. Does our board offer anything in the way of accommodations for students who are, suffering from that strike, who don't have access to transportation or anything of the sort?
Director Daly?
The short answer is we don't, and I'm not really sure where, to be honest with you, maybe Oakville trustees would have a better sense of it. I don't know where those current negotiations are. I don't know if they're actually at the table or not. I don't know, I don't know if Bronco's still on the line, or maybe Superintendent Lofts might be able to speak to that, but we don't offer kind of supplemental transportation for students in that case.
Is Bronco there, Superintendent Lofts?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, he is, but I'm not sure if he'd have any additional information other than what Director Daly's already provided. Okay. Sorry, everyone.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have a follow-up question, Trustee Bowie? Thank you. And moving on down the speakers list is Vice Chair Agnew.
Thank you very much, and through you, Mr. Chair. So just a question, Director Daly, and it's with respect to our online report cards. So knowing that we've been putting those online the last little while, and I have had a few questions about the length of time that those reports are available. So my understanding is that they're only available a week or so. And so is there a reason that they are not available after that they just sort of disappear that quickly? Do parents have another way of getting them if they do disappear? So just curious about that online platform for the reports.
Director Daly?
Thanks for the question, and I don't have a good answer for you, so I'm going to hope somebody on senior staff does. So maybe either Superintendent Kroll, or maybe from an elementary perspective, Superintendent Dinolfo might be able to respond to that one.
I think Superintendent Kroll has his hand up.
Good evening, everyone, and through you, Mr. Chair. The way that it explained to me was that it has to do with sort of privacy and not wanting to leave those unsecured those documents unsecured for a long period of time. So that's why we send out messaging to parents, say, when you get this, make sure that you do download it or save it. But if for some reason a parent wanted a copy of their report card at any time, they could just contact the school, because they would have physical copies in the OSR, as well as copies they could print from the office as well.
Thank you. Vice Chair Agnew, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just a little bit, and thank you for that. I'm just wondering if they are protected. I mean, they do have to enter their OEN or the student number to access it. So wouldn't that be protected information as far as accessing it? I'm just concerned for those parents who are not able to get it, or had challenges getting in, or just simply didn't have a chance to do it, and then they're going back to the staff perhaps to say, can I get a copy of this report? That's sort of my concern.
I could try and get some more information to you to share after the meeting. We can share with trustees tomorrow. Like I say, there may be something, another reason that I'm not completely aware of, but I do know that it was in conversation with both strategic communications and IT services, as well as privacy, that this was the balance that they tried to strike between making sure that they're accessible to parents, but in a limited fashion, just for privacy and security reasons.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You have a follow-up, Vice Chair Agnew? Okay. Moving on to the next speaker. On speakers list, Trustee Mastriamar, Trustee Carabella, Trustee Guzzo, and Trustee Honchanota. Trustee Mastriamar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, Director Daly, thank you for all the snow days. We really appreciate that. I think you did not get enough credit for that, so we want to thank you. But my question is, for the money that we got for tutoring, could it be done by students or does it have to be only done by teachers? Thank you.
That's a very good question, and it is pretty open-ended. I think one of the things that we need to be mindful of as we do work through this is kind of the nature of the tutoring and what takes place. We're bound by collective agreements that we can't really hire people to do teacher work, so it wouldn't be instructional, but it's pretty open-ended as to what sorts of supports we can access. So it would be a possibility. We'd probably want to have, or I shouldn't probably, we would want to have anybody who would be coming in to do tutoring, and tutoring can mean a lot of things. We'd obviously want to have them some training set up to be able to help our students. We're really trying to work through this so that we can, ideally the idea is that we can put interventions in place kind of right at the point of the classroom so that we can help support students, but a little bit more to follow on that. So thanks for the question.
Thank you, Trustee Mastriamar. You have a follow-up?
I do have a follow-up regarding the tutoring as well. I know it's really open-ended and we just got this information recently, but do you think we would be doing like a first come, first serve basis, or more of a teacher sees a student struggling and they can recommend it?
Yeah, thank you for the question through you, Mr. Chair. Really, the idea behind the supports is to try and address any gaps that may exist, mainly with regards to literacy and numeracy skills. So it's more likely that it would come on the recommendation of the classroom teacher. So as teachers are doing different types of diagnostics through the spring, and they may see a student who's struggling, for example, in reading, and we know the right to read report came out this week. It's really supposed to be targeted that way, as opposed to maybe kind of the traditional, I'm going to help somebody with their physics homework or their chem homework. And I did pick on those two subjects.
Thank you. Moving down the speakers list, we have Trustee Carabella. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had a question about the tutoring. I wanted to ask, it says here that will be in partnerships with local community organizations. What would that be referring to?
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Some boards who have kind of piloted some of these tutoring programs, Trustee Carabella, have over the summer months in particular, they've relied on different community organizations to bring specific groups of students together. So it might be students marginalized by socioeconomics. It could be students, racialized students. But we do have a number of community groups as well that we've probably met some of them through SEAC that provide additional support and programs in the community that we may be able to access as well. Superintendent Ballo might be able to talk a little bit about that at a high level with regards to some of those opportunities.
Sure. And Mr. Chair, what I can say to that is what Director Daly has said. We have had some community partners already reach out to us. An example would be our Learning Disability Association of Halton Hamilton. So when we ran our summer programs, we did take them up on some of the programs that they offered at that time, just to supplement programs for kids. And that would be one example that we would partner with, and in our planning moving forward, we would consider some of their programs as well.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you. I have another question. Can I ask my other question?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, so the other question, well, was about the mental health. I'm just wondering if over the past 2 years, if like Halton Public Health, do they give us a report on the level of, let's say, anxiety, depression, suicides, maybe that would have happened over this past 2 years? Do we get some sort of a report outlining the actual numbers or data about the mental health and access to our students that our students have had?
I think I'll ask Superintendent Ballo if she has got any details.
Sure, and thank you through you, Mr. Chair, again. We do collect data internally. Our chiefs of service do collect some of that information, and we don't necessarily share, detailed information, but we do have a mental health steering committee. We actually have a meeting tomorrow afternoon. So when we have those meetings, we will share some high-level information around the number of referrals and some general trends around what the referrals do pertain to.
Thank you, Superintendent Ballo. On the speakers list, we have Trustee Guzzo, Trustee Chanada, and Trustee Boyd. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just a question in regards to, I know we're still requiring the screening to happen in schools, but in regards to like the cohorting that's happening in elementary still, do we know if we're going to see any easing up on that now in the playgrounds so that with kids being outside that they can actually participate with classmates that they haven't been able to participate with?
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. We're anticipating some revised guidance from the province. We're hopeful by the end of this week. So the ministry and minister have been in conversation with the chief medical officer of health, and I know that's been one of the items that they've talked about. So hopefully, right now we're still under the current direction of the ministry that we came back to school after Christmas, and we're still operating under those directions, but we're anticipating some new guidance hopefully by the end of the week.
Trustee Guzzo, do you have a follow-up?
That's it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Moving down the speaker list, we have Trustee Chanada. Trustee Chanada, you have the floor. Okay, can you use the next mic?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Cordero. Superintendent Cordero, I apologize for the timeliness of this, but we didn't get to this report a few meetings back. But in Halton Hills, our folks up there were not too happy when we moved into the new term and the decision to go to 3 lunches, which we're going to separate multiple grades. So my question to you is twofold. 1, how is that decision made? And 2, are there any changes that we can look forward to in the future?
Superintendent Cordero. Are you there, Superintendent Cordero? Director Daly, anybody else? No, I don't see Superintendent Cordero.
Yeah, he's here.
Is there?
Yeah.
Sorry, if that question can be repeated.
Yeah, we wanted to come to your office there. Trustee Chanada, could you repeat the question?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Superintendent Cordero, I apologize for the timeliness. This should have been brought up a couple of weeks ago, but in regards to the new term and the lunches that were decided to be rolled out at Christ the King, specifically in Halton Hills, as we have one high school, the folks up there were very upset. I received many emails about that decision. So my question is twofold. 1, how did we get to that decision? And 2, do you foresee any changes moving forward and any recent feedback from our folks up in Halton Hills?
Superintendent Cordero.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Sonata, O'Hearn Sonata, and through you, Mr. Chair. Well, the school population as it stands now in the current in-person learning environment stands at about 1,550 students. To coordinate 2 lunch periods, it would mean approximately almost 800 students per lunch period, with capacities in cafeterias at about 50%. This would mean that we would have 500 or so students without the ability to sit in the cafeterias should we have moved towards a 2 lunch period schedule. Hence, by dividing the lunch periods into 3 sections, we were able to accommodate almost the full complement of students with seating in the cafeteria so that they have the opportunity to socialize and connect. Because for many students who don't participate in club activities, who don't participate in athletic competitions or sports teams or perhaps even just other programs during the life of the school, they wouldn't have that opportunity. So that was the decision made by the school administration to be able to accommodate that ability for students to socialize adequately or appropriately within the cafeteria space, as opposed to trying to find scatter places to eat in nooks and crannies in the building and hallways in the end of stairwells and whatnot, which wouldn't be safe, especially if they're leaving food behind and maybe spilled drink and so forth. So now becomes a safety issue. So there might be an opportunity. I am exploring that, and there will be a new school principal forthcoming, and we are exploring perhaps an opportunity when the weather gets better and there's more opportunities for students to be outside and maybe alleviate the capacities in the building, where perhaps we could go towards a 2 lunch period. But as it stands as of now, with the weather the way it is and the numbers that we have of in-person learners in the building, it's just not feasible.
Thank you, Trustee O'Hearn-Chanota. Do you have a follow-up?
I do, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Bill, there's some problem with the sound. Is there? Can you hear me, Superintendent Cordero?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Did you hear Trustee O'Hearn-Chanota? Did you hear Trustee O'Hearn-Chanota before me?
I did not, no.
Did not, so.
Nor did I, Mr. Chair.
I'll ask Trustee O'Hearn-Chanota to repeat what she said last, if she remembers.
Test. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Superintendent Cordero, just a quick follow-up. I just really wanted to say that it was a long time ago that I was in grade 12, but both my kids have gone through it. And the majority, I don't have the data to prove it, but a majority of the grade 12 students are not in the school taking lunches. I do understand at the beginning that judgment taking place, but my folks in Halton Hills are very understanding, not saying other constituents aren't, but very flexible and understanding. But their voices was very loud and clear when this happened. So I would really respectfully ask that we dig deep into this and see if we can go to 4 lunches. We've had that discussion. So please, I respectfully ask, please take another look. Thank you for your time.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Cordero. Next on the speakers list is Trustee Bowie. Trustee Bowie.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Director Daly, I wanted to expand a little bit on that funding for mental health. So I have a couple of questions. First of all, could you perhaps give us some insight into the decision-making process for deciding where that funding is going? If, as of right now, there is any sort of, plans for the board as to how they're going to use those funds, how we're going to expand our mental health supports for students. I know that students are very excited to see an increase in funding. I am the student trustee advisor for our Student Wellbeing Committee on Senate. I'm a part of the Mental Health Steering Committee. So just wondering sort of what that process is going to look like moving forward.
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the question, Trustee Bowie. So we haven't quite dug in the last week quite yet with regards to the specifics around the funding. Waiting a little bit for some of more information when we get the technical papers. But again, maybe I can rely a little bit on Superintendent Ballo to talk about some of the additions we were able to make over the last year and a half, and what we're hoping to maintain, and possibly where we're hoping to go forward.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, we have been able to increase our staffing complement, and we see that as being directly impactful at the school level. So we have been able to hire temporarily additional social work and CYC support. All the examples that have been provided around Student Senate and our steering committee, which we do have our student trustees who are part of that. We do listen to all of our meetings, and we are always open to additional feedback. Oftentimes there are opportunities within even our own existing budget to allocate where some of those funds could be spent. We have a social worker who has been assigned or come forward to work with Student Senate. So I certainly look forward to being able to gather some more information. We're also going to be sending a form out to our secondary principals. We spoke to them last Thursday, I believe, just to get a sense of what are some of the programs that they are running in their schools and what do they see as some needs as well. So we've left it to them to determine how they're going to generate some of that information from their schools, but it is definitely another opportunity for some feedback from the school level. And as Director Daly said, we don't have all of the details yet, but we're definitely interested in hearing, some suggestions.
Thank you. Trustee Boyd, do you have a follow-up?
I do, thank you. So I think Superintendent Ballo touched upon what I was hoping to bring up with my next question, which was some room for student feedback in that process, because I know that we have a lot of students perhaps with some ideas of where they'd like to see that funding. So maybe, I know that I will forever champion the Senate as a stakeholder at the board. So setting up perhaps a focus group or a meeting with that. And I think as well, something to consider is opening it up to our larger secondary student and even our elementary student population as well, making sure that we get as much student consultation in that process as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Boyd. We have on the speaker list, Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I'm just going to follow up on, thank you, Trustee O'Hearn-Trauta, for bringing it up, because I do have some questions in regards to the cafeteria pieces. I'm just wondering why we have these restrictions. Put aside the capacity thing, why do we still have the restrictions when we know our coterminous board doesn't? So it cannot be a public health guideline. So why do we still have restrictions in our secondary school? They're back to a regular semester. Why are students not allowed to sit together? Why are they still being told that they cannot get up and walk around? Why is it that, I'm having a hard time understanding any of this. If somebody could please let me know where that directive came from and who made that decision.
Pass this to Director Daly.
Yeah, I'll start maybe. So in terms of students when they're eating and trying to maintain as much physical distancing as they can, that's been our position since September. Other boards, I can't really speak to what other boards have done or how they've interpreted that. We interpreted it early on as a combination of limiting the number of students that could be in the cafeteria, either with an actual number or limiting it by removing chairs or designating seating. We have moved off of that. The direction we've had around what would be, a safe practice in our mind for students eating in the cafeteria has been done in consultation with our local public health. I don't sit at that table weekly with regards to discussions around that. Superintendent Bakaich does, Superintendent Merrick does. I'm not sure if there's anything they might want to add.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair.
Let me ask Superintendent
I know, but
Bakaich.
before I just want to clarify further with that. I guess to go further is to say, I understand that it would be done in consultation with public health, but I would assume that public health, it's one public health. So it's our coterminous board. It's not a different public health. It's the same public health. So guidance would be given. I would assume it would be the same across the board. So I just want to add that piece in. So is it a decision that we've made, or is it a decision that public health has said this is what you need to continue to do?
Three, Mr. Chair. So the decisions we made early on were not to have one common lunch for 1,500 to 2,000 students. We decided to divide our lunches up. That's why we went to the 4-period lunch day. The decision not to have students kind of forced to eat in stairwells or in hallways as much as we could. That's a decision that we made based on the information that we heard from public health. Public health has offered advice to both boards in a number of different things. In many instances, we've made the similar decision to our coterminous board. In other instances, we've interpreted that advice in a different way.
Thank you, Director Daly. I'll ask Superintendent Bakaich if she wants to add anything. Superintendent Bakaich.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Currently, Trustee Guzzo, any restrictions in terms of number are specific to the number of tables and chairs, which would be required as per the fire codes. The only restriction, really, if you want to call it, is more around students being required to wear masks unless they're eating. And typically, students are sitting down when they're eating, but in terms of them walking around, it may be from table to table, but that again, it's something that is site-based and might be within the direction of the school specifically. But otherwise, there are no restrictions in terms of capacity at in the cafeterias.
Thank you. Trustee Guzzo, you have a follow-up?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Okay, thank you, Superintendent Bakaich. I appreciate that. That was my understanding. That's what I thought, because we've had this discussion at this table before, and that there wouldn't be a limit to tables and whatnot, but we were going to go to 2 lunch periods, not 4. But my understanding is there still continues to be limits on tables in the cafeterias. It's not consistent across the board. So this is where frustration happens and parents get upset and students get upset, is because you've got 3 high schools in Oakville. I'm just going to use it as an example. Not all 3 high schools are doing the same thing for a lunch period in the sense of how the safety measures are being implemented. And we've talked about safety measures. If a direction's given from the board, then safety measures should be implemented the same across all of the schools or all the boards. We shouldn't see differing protocols per school. So I'm hearing from ratepayers, and I'm pretty sure there's other trustees who have heard the same, is that they're still limiting the amount of tables and chairs. Kids are still eating in stairwells because they can't get seating. They're told if they don't have seats, no service. And correct me if I'm wrong, so Superintendent Bakaich, or Director Daly, if that information was sent out to all the schools, who would make the decision to change that safety protocol?
Director Daly, I'll pass it to you.
I wouldn't say it's a decision to change the safety protocol. I would say that we ask principals and school administration to follow the guidelines that we've set, and they might be different from school to school. They might be different in the sense that at certain schools, a vast majority or a larger number of students may be off-site during lunch for a variety of reasons. It might have to do with the physical layout of their school. So we can't really micromanage every single school with regards to how they might implement those guidelines. The guidelines that we are asking them to follow is that students try and maintain reasonable distancing when they eat. And the guidelines that schools, specific schools may have put in place, have been put in place in the mind of the school administration to ensure the safety of their students and staff.
Thank you, Director Daly. I shall now move down the speakers list. Trustee Mastriamer, I'll come back to you, okay, because Trustee Yantamasi and Trustee Murphy have not spoken. I'll come back to you. So Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So the mental health well-being grant since 2019, how much has it increased? That is the money we receive from the government.
Trustee Yantamasi, I'm not sure if that's part of this discussion, but I'll ask Director Daly if he's able to give numbers now, or.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. I'm not.
I don't want numbers, Mr. Chair.
So you
I can't give numbers or percentages, I guess. Sorry.
Yes, Trustee Yantamasi, I think it's slightly off course. We are off course. Do you want to rephrase your question?
So I wasn't looking for numbers. So my question again is, how much has the mental health grant that the board received increased to address all of the new things that have resulted as due to COVID?
Okay, Director Daly, I'm
not sure how I can answer that question without referring to some number. That's by kind of definition, that's what an increase would be. I can say that while I can't speak to the specifics of additional funding, we have received additional funding and we've been able to implement it in a number of ways, including being able to hire additional staff like CYCs, social work. That's I think the best way I could explain it.
Thank you. Trustee Yantamasi, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I do have a follow-up.
Go ahead.
So in 2020, we received $623,000. In 2021-22, we received 1.2, just under, and we're slated to get 1.6, almost 1.7 for 22-23. So my question is, where are the gaps that this particular money does not reach in order to fulfill the mental health support mandate?
Trustee Yantamasi, I'm really not sure. This is a school update we are talking about right now. I'm not sure how your question fits in this discussion, but I'll take a shot and ask Director Daly if he thinks he can answer the question.
Well, I appreciate that kind of the question had the answer in it in terms of the numbers. So thanks for providing those numbers, Trustee Yantamasi. I think that does support the idea that we've received increased funding. I think part of the work that we'll be doing going forward is with that increased funding, see what additional and where additional supports can be offered. We did hear from Student Trustee Bowie, a desire perhaps to look at suggestions from our student body as to where they might see some of those available supports. Superintendent Ballo did mention that one of the things that we do track is referrals in the system, and that doesn't necessarily determine where we might put funding next, but that would be part of the consideration. Certainly the work of this Mental Health Steering Committee, that would also be part of that consideration. One of the things that we have tried to do is to increase our complement of CYCs, our complement of social workers, and also working through School Mental Health Ontario to provide some additional programming, kind of broader based. I'm not sure if Superintendent Ballo could add anything to that, but we're certainly grateful for the increased funding, and we'll put it to good use.
Superintendent Ballo?
I have a point of clarification, Mr. Chair.
Hold on 1 second, trying to see if Superintendent Ballo wants to add something to this. Superintendent Ballo?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Director Daly did indicate all of the ways that we are looking at expensing the money, or how we have. The only thing I would also add is for training purposes as we continue to expand our complement and portfolio of training for our CYCs, for our social workers, and training resources as well.
Thank you, Trustee Yantamasi. You had a clarification question?
Yeah, so when I was referring to gaps, so with the increased funding, where are we still falling short? In other words, if we were to get more money, where could it be directed that current funding is not getting us there?
Trustee Yantamasi, I'd really like to stay focused on school update, and we'll leave that speculation and discussion for another topic. I shall now move down the speakers list. Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regards to lifting the mask mandate, Dr. Moore, the Ontario Chief Medical Officer, is quoted on the internet, so it's got to be true, saying the consultations have started and we will be working with school boards, with parents and the ministry to make a decision together, but we do anticipate it will be removed in the public sector and it would be removed simultaneously for schools. Are we aware of any consultations? Has anybody asked us anything about lifting the mask mandates through either Halton Public Health, or are you aware of other directors of education who are having those conversations?
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through Mr. Chair. So through the Council of Ontario Directors of Education, so through code, there are code representatives that sit at a planning table. There's a couple of different planning tables, and one of them is with regards to COVID protocols. So they would kind of be the ones that would be consulted. We haven't received direct requests for feedback, at least at our board. I'm assuming that those conversations between the Chief Medical Officers of Health and local public health units are taking place. I do know that certainly in the updates we receive from the minister when he meets with chairs of boards, and updates that we've had from the deputy minister when directors and senior staff meet, it is an ongoing conversation. I'm not sure, Trustee Murphy, what additional, I'm not sure where it's going to go, to be quite honest with you. I hate to say wait and see, but you know, I did see the same comments by Dr. Moore that you know, the loosening of restrictions in schools would kind of coincide with the broader population, but we haven't received any specific direction around that yet.
Trustee Murphy, do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I shall now go back to Trustee Masriammer. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be trying this out today. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my comment was about the student point of view on the cafeteria situation. So my school was actually divided into the 3 lunches, and the grade 12s were the one that were split up. And as a grade 12 students, we were not happy about it because we felt like our high school experience has been changed so many times that this was the only opportunity we could get to kind of be back together, because we felt like our grade was really divided into different groups and we really wanted that opportunity to be back together. So thankfully we were able to switch back into the 2 lunches. And I'm so thankful for that, because this way I'm able to speak to some people that I might not see in my teams or I might not see in my clubs, but I'm still friends with. And those are people that once you leave high school, there isn't much opportunity to see them again, but they're kind of like your hallway friends and you just kind of talk to them sometimes. But it's such a good opportunity to bring students back together. So my question would be to Superintendent Cordero, when picking which, let's say we have to go to the 3 lunches, which is, I know we don't all love it, but why are we picking the grade 12s? Because they have been the ones that are really struggling, and we got the semesters, we have extracurriculars. Why can't we just get our lunches back?
Superintendent Cordero.
Hi, thank you, trustee, student trustee, through you, Mr. Chair. Now, those were conversations had between school administrators and staffs, and hopefully the expectation is they would have had communications with families and students. So each school secondary school had that conversation with their family schools. So I can't speak necessarily to the intricacies or the details of each conversation had, but I can say to you that different schools did it differently. I'll take Christ the King, for example. We try to look at what courses, or the school admin try to look at what courses could use the least amount of interruption because of the lunch period. That when you have 3 lunches, you're going to have a lunch period that's sandwiched in between 2 halves of a period. So to ensure that the quality of the length of instruction is maximized, and there isn't as much of a disruption for maybe some of those senior courses, some of those more pencil paper, high concentration level classes, that the lunch wasn't necessarily affecting just grade 12s. So at Christ the King, for example, we did a course by course decision. And so there were students in grades 9, 10, and 11 who were moved to different lunch periods. Other schools decided to split in thirds, I guess, the grade 12 cohort. But again, that was a site-based decision. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you for that answer. Do you have a follow-up? Okay, we have, moving down the list, we have Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor. You had your hand up, Trustee Guzzo?
I do.
Trustee Murphy's done.
Oh, sorry. I guess my computer is.
I guess you didn't listen to Trustee Murphy's question.
Oh, I didn't. Not going to lie, I wasn't listening to you. I'm not sure. Thank you to you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure who my question will be directed for. It might be Superintendent Merrick. In regards to capacities with the cafeteria when our schools are built, in regards to the amount of students that they can accommodate, and then how is the cafeteria size determined? I'm just trying to understand if there's no spacing and everything was the way it was pre-pandemic, do our cafeterias accommodate our students on one lunch?
Superintendent Merrick, question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's through you. So similar to my report earlier tonight when I talked about we go through a conceptual design for a school, there is a calculator that the ministry puts out that I guess you punch in the pupil accommodations in your school, and it spits out a design area for your cafeteria. That's the kind of the maximum that you can go to. That's usually where we end up. I know as we talked about in recent rounds, they've been forcing us to try and build smaller. That's not been an area that we've reduced the size of our cafeterias. We've looked at other spaces within the school to save on those save on square footage. And in fact, most of our schools in the past have been built to the maximum area because we've been able to afford it at the time. But that's kind of the maximum area that you can build. And then from there, you would go to the Ontario Building Code, and it would specify, and it specifies based on, do you have tables and chairs in the area? Is it just chairs, or is there no tables and chairs? But it gives you based on the configuration of the room, it gives you the fire rated capacity for that room. And that's kind of the maximum that you could have. And our cafeterias and our gyms were required to post a nameplate in there that states kind of the capacity both for standing, for seated, and for tables and chairs.
It's kind of hard to hear you, but did you get the answer?
I have a clarification, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Trustee Guzzo.
Okay, yeah, Superintendent Merrick, it's really, really hard to hear you. I don't know if it's your headset that you're using or it's your internet connection. But just to clarify, so I understand that each room has a maximum capacity, but when we build our schools, our cafeteria, if let's say the school is a maximum of 1,000, does the cafeteria only hold on a regular, like I said, pre-pandemic, 50% of that? Would it only hold 500 students? There's got to be a calculation, and I understand that the ministry only pays for X amount. So are we saying then that when we build these schools, we as a board haven't taken into consideration that we can only house maybe 30% or 40% of our school population for lunchtime?
Superintendent Merrick, you have those numbers on hand?
I can go back. I don't have it on hand, no. I can go back and look at the calculator. There's a calculator that specifies the maximum area for a cafeteria in the school based on the capacity of the school that the ministry prescribes and puts out. And that specifies the maximum area of the cafeteria, which then translates into, when you run it through the building code calculation, it gives you the maximum number of occupants for seated with chairs or tables and chairs in the area. So, but it definitely would not be 100% of the school capacity. That my guess is it'd be somewhere between 35 and 50% would be the kind of the design area for that. But I can go back and check that for you.
That would be, Mr. Chair, that would be great. If,
Yes.
and if you can, and if we can be provided with like the ministry's guidelines in regards to cafeteria, because maybe that would help all of us understand better. Because right now, currently as it stands, if we can't even house 50%, and then you add restrictions onto that, and I think that should be something that the admin should be looking at, and not implementing the restrictions. If we only have a 35% capacity in regards to a school, we're limiting our students. What's happening to the rest of the students that can't sit down?
Superintendent Merrick, this question has come up several times this evening. Could you provide trustees with, for various high schools, could you provide them information of the capacities of the cafeteria? That would be helpful.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the same question is.
It sounded like Trustee Guzzo also wanted the ministry calculation of how big the there's one question of how big the cafeterias are that we've already built, but there's also a question of how we got to that area in the first place.
Okay, thank you. Trustees will look forward to receiving some information from you. So we have Trustee Yantamasi up next. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor. And after this we shall move on to the next item. Trustee Yantamasi.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So when we design our schools, how many square feet per person is allowable in the design, or as per the design and as funded by the ministry?
Again, Trustee Yantamasi, I'll remind you that we are going off topic, something to do with schools and
Mr. Chair, you need to understand what I'm asking before you make your rulings.
I've not made any ruling, Trustee Yantamasi, but I'm just trying to.
The ministry has guidelines that establish how many square feet is required per student in a school, how many square feet standing, how many square feet sitting, how many square feet in each classroom. So I'm driving to get those answers to my question.
Yes, I know you have a question there, but how is it related?
No, that I've just given you all three of my questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so I don't believe that it's related to school update. This topic that we are
follows
on. However,
Trustee Guzzo's questions of
Trustee Yantamasi, I am speaking.
We're using double standards here, Mr. Chair.
I am speaking. You don't have the floor. There's no double standard involved.
You're actually not allowed to speak, Mr. Chair.
Trustee
You're allowed to
see. Trustee Yantamasi, we have got to this point we are really cruised to this point in a very nice fashion. I'm asking you to follow protocols. When the chair speaks, you do not speak. You do not have the floor. Your question is not really related to school update. Other questions have been related to school updates, and there's no double standard involved at all. So let me ask Superintendent Merrick if he's got some information on hand to provide.
The question follows the last question,
Trustee
Mr. Chair.
Yantamasi, you do not have the floor. You do not have the floor. Superintendent Merrick, can I ask you if you have the answers on hand? If you do not have, you could provide it to trustees later. Superintendent Merrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. The answer actually varies depending on the size of the school. So a smaller school would have a higher number of square foot per pupils. A larger school by pupil capacity would have a smaller number of square feet per pupil, and it varies depending on the panel as well. So elementary has a different curve than secondary, but it's a complicated question, but I can try, when I explain how we size the cafeterias, I can try and put in some explanation as to how we how the ministry determines the square feet capacity of a building, because that also then in turn follows through and they fund buildings at $1 per square foot, and that's how we get the funding amount for our schools as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Merrick. Trustee Yantamasi, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I do. So what is the classroom style seating requirement square foot per student?
Again, Superintendent Merrick, if you have the numbers available, this is a school update, but if you have those numbers available, please give it, or you can share it with trustees after the meeting too. Superintendent Merrick?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they don't specify the seating style of a classroom.
I didn't hear the answer, Superintendent Merrick.
Nor did I.
Could you repeat what you said, Superintendent Merrick?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, they don't specify the seating style for a classroom. They only specify the recommended square footage of all of the classrooms combined.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that's not what I asked. I asked, what is the...
Trustee Yantamasi, hold on. Superintendent Merrick, could you send some information to trustees about this? I just want to move on to the next topic because we are going off topic again. So if you could send an email to trustees regarding the recommendation for standing and sitting or whatever, that'll be great. Okay, thank you, Superintendent Merrick.
Mr. Chair, can I have a point of clarification, Mr. Chair?
Is it related? Okay, go ahead. What's your clarification?
Yes, so the ministry standard, according to the ministry guidelines, is 14 to 18 feet per person, square feet, that is. So are we designing our schools according to that?
So Superintendent, Trustee Yantamasi, I don't think this is a point of clarification. Superintendent Merrick will provide trustees with some information on what the ministry is recommending, and we can talk about it after that. So now with this, I shall move on to the next order of business, and that's item 10.3, appointment of student trustees for the year 2022-23. Superintendent Del Sordo.
Good evening, and through you, Chair. The appointment of student trustees 2022-23 information report is an echo of what was also shared with our student trustees earlier. This report is linked to our strategic priority of foundational elements optimizing organizational effectiveness. The purpose is to inform the trustees of the process and the end results of the election for the 2022-23 student trustees. And the background information is that on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022, the election of the student trustees for the 2022-2023 school year took place via Microsoft Teams. The secondary school submitted the name of a candidate, all of whom were of excellent caliber, demonstrating a strong commitment to their faith, as well as an extensive involvement in their respective school, parish, and community. The candidates had an opportunity to articulate their rationale for expressing interest in representing the students of the Halton Catholic District School Board. Candidates responded to numerous questions from the student trustees and senators. After all the candidates were interviewed, the Student Senate voted on ballots provided. The staff advisors, Vice Principal Sonia Allison, Vice Principal Patrick Busby, and St. Kateri of Ketawithus Chaplaincy Leader Andrea Taylor supervised the counting of the ballots. The conclusion: as a result of the election on Tuesday, February 22nd of 2022, the following 3 student trustees were elected by the Student Senate for the 2022-2023 school year. From Burlington, we had Brady Kuzma. Brady is a current grade 11 honor roll student at Corpus Christi Catholic Secondary School. He is a student council representative since grade 9, and in 2021, Brady received the Student of Excellence Award. Brady and his family are members of the St. Paul the Apostle Parish. From North Halton, Adriana Chua Adriana is currently a grade 10 honor roll student at St. Francis Xavier Catholic Secondary School. They is a lead student senator, member of the student-led board-wide equity team, and has an extensive volunteer experience with the Halton Youth Initiative. Ariana and family are members of the St. Benedict Roman Catholic Parish. And from Oakville, no stranger to us, is Katie Bowie. Katie is currently a grade 11 student, honor roll student, at St. Ignatius of Loyola Catholic Secondary School. She is the current Oakville Student Trustee, leader for the Indigenous Advisory Committee, and the recipient of the Hawks Above and Beyond Award. Katie and family are members of the St. Matthew Parish community. And welcome me in joining our 3 future trustees, Brady, Ariana, and Katie. And if Adriana would like to turn on her camera, she's more than welcome to.
Is Adriana there?
Hello, good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to be here.
Hi, Adriana. Congratulations, and congratulations to all 3 newly elected, re-elected trustees. And welcome back, Trustee Bowie. I'll put you on the spot. You want to say a few words?
You know I would love to, Mr. Chair. Well, first I'd like to thank Superintendent Del Sordo for that amazing introduction. I will say the more impressive point on the resume that I submitted was my Principals Council Award for this past year, but I digress. I'd just like to thank everyone, and I know that I mentioned this in my candidate speech, but I wouldn't be here without the work of the Student Senate. I've been involved with Student Senate and Student Voice at the board since I was in grade 7, and it was when I first decided I wanted to become a student trustee. And ever since then, this has been, you know, the ultimate dream of mine and my ultimate goal, and I'm so incredibly honored that my peers gave me the opportunity to pursue it. And I'd like to thank all of you for your continued commitment to Student Voice, for all of the amazing work that we've been able to accomplish together. I'd like to thank Gabriella and Alicia, because there are many board reports that wouldn't have come in on time without them. And overall, you know, my family and my HCDSB family, because I'm a product of the amazing environment that was our school board and the schools and the teachers, the staff, my peers, all of whom raised me and formed me into the person that I am today. So I'm excited to be here to continue to fight for that legacy and to continue to ensure that our students can have the same experience that I did.
Thank you, and welcome to all 3 new trustees. Moving on to the next order of business, item 10.4, 2021-2022 financial report as of December 31st, 2021. Superintendent Lofts, you want to present your highlights of the report?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, please find attached the monthly report as of January 31st, 2022 with required explanations of variance. I'd like to thank Adam Cross, our Senior Manager of Financial Services, and the team for helping to put this report together.
Thank you, Superintendent Loft. Trustees, do we have questions? I see Trustee Murphy. Trustee Murphy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Superintendent Lofts. Superintendent Lofts, when I look at the report and the explanations on a high percentage of the variances, the reason for the variance is timing. So is it practical to ask for a monthly report for a publicly funded organization where the money flow is not like the private sector, where it comes in on a monthly basis or every 45 days as people pay their invoices? Would it not be more practical or prudent and to have this as a quarterly report or a semi-annual report? And could you also let us know how much time is spent for your team to put this report together?
Superintendent Loft.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, maybe I'll answer the first part, how much time. It's a significant amount of time that it takes to put this report together. Without a doubt, it's hours and hours to put it together. With respect to the timing of the report, you are correct. A lot of it is timing when our grants are received and such. That's our main source of revenue is obviously the grants, as well as some smaller revenue items throughout. With respect to, excuse me, the quarterly report, we actually do have quarterly as well. So we do provide quarterly reports to the board. It's something that we have been doing for a number of years now, but it was the motion that was back in 2020 where we were requested to make the monthly reports supplied to the board.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. Trustee Murphy, do you have a follow-up?
Yes. How often have you been asked questions about this report that you provide on a monthly basis?
Superintendent Lofts.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe this is the first time we've actually gotten to this report since we started it. And we believe our first one was as of January 31st, 2021.
Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. I think, Trustee Murphy?
No, thank you. I'm good, Mr. Chair.
Okay, moving down the speaker's list, we have Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I would recommend to Trustee Murphy from the north that he do some fact checking before.
Trustee Yantamasi, you will address the chair. And
I did say through you, Mr.
Trustee
Chair.
Murphy is not interested in your advice. Thank you very much.
Trustee Yantamasi, you will address the chair and
I believe Trustee Murphy.
Trustee Yantamasi, you do not have the floor. The chair is speaking right now. So you will address trustees as colleagues and you will address the chair. Trustee Murphy? Sorry, Trustee.
Where is that in our bylaws?
Is that clear? Is that clearly understood?
No, it's not, Mr. Chair. Show me where it is in the bylaws that we address.
Trustee Yantamasi. We shall move on to the next speaker. Trustee Guzzo, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if this is appropriate or how this will work, but seeing that this is the first time we've ever actually gotten to this report and really there's been no questions or anything, would it be a motion to rescind having to do these reports? I take lead from you, because if that's the case, Mr. Chair, I would like to actually put that motion on the floor to rescind these reports. Particularly, I think that it's onerous on this department to have to do these reports, and we've never actually gotten to one, and I've never seen any questions come forward for them aside from when the budgets come forward. So.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. This will have to be a motion to rescind. But it will have to be a notice of motion.
Can you tell me, Mr. Chair, where it says that it has to be a notice of motion?
Yes.
It's germane to the conversation in the report that we're at.
Yes. We had this conversation before, and I have a right up from the parliamentarian. I will call on Parliamentarian Kapoor. We have in our bylaws the order of business specified, and I'll call on Parliamentarian Kapoor first for his opinion, and then I have a whole set of notes. Parliamentarian Kapoor, are you there?
Yes, Chair. Good evening.
Could you comment this?
Yes, I'm just looking at motion 1020, bylaw 1023 regarding a rescind, and I believe it requires a 2/3 vote, and I believe a motion to rescind any former action of the board may be made by any member, provided that a written notice of intention to move the rescission shall have been given at a previous meeting of the board. So a motion to rescind does require a previous notice.
Okay, then, Mr. Chair, I will make a notice of motion for the next meeting that it's a notice to rescind.
So you could make a notice of motion at this meeting if trustees do not have an objection.
I don't think that's what it says, Mr. Chair.
You could still, if there's no objection around a table, you could still add it as a notice of motion for the next meeting.
I would like to ask Parliamentarian Kapoor if that had to be done before the agenda, because it is germane to the conversation. I'm giving notice now.
Okay, Parliamentarian Kapoor, is it possible for a trustee to add a notice of motion at this point in time, as I said, or do we have to wait till the next meeting?
If there's no objection, it could be done. If there is an objection, I think using the strictest interpretation of the rules, it would require a 2/3 vote to accept that as a notice of motion at this meeting for a motion at the next meeting.
Okay, Trustee Guzzo, let's just go with the notice of motion to the next meeting.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, can you, so I'm giving the notice now.
So there's a possibility here, which I specified. You could either put a notice of motion now, and provided there's no objection around the table, we could introduce it as a notice of motion, or go the regular channel and put a notice of motion at the next meeting.
I'm putting a notice of motion now, and I would argue that I heard Parliamentarian Kapoor say if you were to follow it with strictest, you would require unanimous.
No.
Let's check with.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but however, this has always been the practice of the board is when there's items that are germane to the conversation, we have always been allowed to put motions forward.
So Trustee Guzzo, I will specify, and I did my study of the bylaws and the order of business. The order of business in our bylaws are very clear, which bylaw 9.5 specifies the order of business, and it tells you action items, and the bylaw 9.5 states that staff reports may be presented as an action item as a future at a future board meeting, clearly implying that a decision is not to be made at the same meeting. Same thing with staff reports. Same thing is with similar to bylaw 2.13. It does. Check bylaw 2.13. Yeah. So bylaw 2.13 defines an information report as a report provided for the information of trustees. It goes on to state that no action is required. So the way our bylaws are written, there is intention to have an action item, and that's where we need to properly notify everyone. All trustees need to have the correct information to make a good decision. Otherwise, we are just jumping all over the place. So, as per what
may I, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I did take that, and that's why I said I would give a notice of motion right now. But then you've added another caveat to say that we require a majority for me to give notice of motion at this point.
No.
Yeah, you did.
Let me check. Let me check it. We have Parliamentary Kapoor here. Why am I sitting and arguing? It's Parliamentary Kapoor. So I did mention that we can introduce a notice of motion at this point in time, provided there's no objection around the table, or we introduce it at the next meeting as a regular notice of motion. So is that correct?
Chair, that is correct reading 1023. What I did suggest, though, in addition, was that if there is a 2/3 vote, the issue that we're looking at is 1023 requires a written notice of intention to move the rescission. And what I was saying was that a 2/3 vote would effectively suspend that rule and allow a notice of motion at this time, and that would be an action item at the next meeting, the March 22nd meeting. Otherwise, a notice of motion at the March 22nd meeting for action at the first meeting in April.
Okay.
Just to clarify what I said if there's no objection, it can be done now. If there is an objection, it can be done but with a 2/3 vote by suspending the rules of requiring a written notice.
Okay, how do you like to proceed, Trustee Guzzo?
Chair Dewart, I would like to put a notice of motion right now, and I would also, I still have the floor, and I would also like to ask, the question is I don't actually need to give a notice of motion today. As long as I give you a notice of motion, it can go on as an action item as well for the next board meeting. I can actually put an action item forward if I email you and the chair, if I'm not mistaken.
So
I don't actually have to wait until the next meeting to give a notice of motion. I could actually sit here and email you right now and say, I would like an action item added, as long as I do it before the draft agenda goes out.
Let's check that with Parliamentarian Kapoor again.
And that has been our practice.
Parliamentarian Kapoor. It's good learning for
I have a point of clarification.
Trustee Carabella, I've called on Parliamentarian Kapoor. I'll come back to you if you don't mind.
Thank you.
Kapoor, what are your thoughts on what Trustee Guzzo said?
I can't liably comment on notices of motion given at the meeting, but I'm notice of motion is on your agenda earlier on. We have, at this moment, we've passed that, and I'm just trying to find the exact reference in the bylaw regarding the doing it after the beginning of the meeting, after you've set the agenda. That's what I'm looking for at the moment. But
So
I would,
but
you can, it is up to you, Chair, in terms of the ruling as to whether that, based on past practice, that is okay at this point. I'm trying to give the exact written.
I'd really like to go by the bylaws, Parliamentarian Kapoor. I'd like to go by the bylaws. So first, let me go around the table and see if there's any objection to adding as a notice of motion. Okay, so Trustee OBrien.
Mr. Chair, I made this a conflict of interest.
Oh, sorry, before I jump to you, I promised Trustee Carabella.
Yes, thank you. I had a point of clarification on that. So if just, I do object. So is it just one objection?
Okay, that's fine. If you object, then we have to go the next route. The next route is we add a notice of motion and we need 2/3 vote to suspend and add that item as the notice of motion. So Trustee Carabella, does that answer your question before I take it to a recorded vote?
Mr. Chair,
what
I have
are we voting for now? We're voting for to suspend?
To suspend and add the notice of motion to rescind, right? Yeah. Okay, so I will go around the table and take a recorded vote. We need 2/3 vote. And Director Daly, please.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order.
Can we speak to this? Can we discuss this motion?
No, see, Carabella, I've already said I've called a vote and I'm going to take the vote first and then come back. So we are taking a vote.
Mr. Chair, I was there before you called the vote.
I didn't see your hand up there. So we are taking a vote, trustees, on.
Point of order, 10:26.
Trustee Yantamasi, the chair speaking. You shall stay quiet. So we are taking a vote on suspending the rules to rescind the motion. Do you have the motion, Trustee Guzzo? The motion to put that report, to bring that report, monthly report. We need to rescind that motion.
Rescind that motion. I don't have it on me.
It's on the report.
It's on the report. Oh, perfect. There it is. It's right there.
So let's take a vote. We need a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules. Vice Chair Agnew?
In favor.
Trustee Guzzo?
In favor.
Trustee Yantamasi?
Against.
Trustee Carabella?
Opposed.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee OBrien?
Mr. Chair, I declared a conflict of interest on this item.
So you abstain?
I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
I'm actually not
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Ohonchanora? Trustee Boy?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer?
In favor.
Trustee Duarte is in favor. So Director Daly, tally the numbers. We have 3, 4, 5 in favor. We have 2 opposed. And is this a 2/3 vote?
Yes.
So the motion to suspend the rules carries. So we are introducing Trustee Guzzo's motion to rescind. What's the title of that? You need to provide a title.
So this was called, what was the title of this one? Financial reports, or monthly financial reports. Monthly financial reporting.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I ask another question of?
Hold on, let me write this down.
Sorry.
Chair, it's the parliamentarian. May I
Yes,
provide
yes.
some advice?
Yes, Parliamentary Kapoor, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just for the purposes of being strictly accurate and providing all the information, it sounds like this is rescinding Resolution 128/20.
Trustee Murphy, do you have that number there?
Yes, that's the number. It's 128/20.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and perhaps you may want to incorporate that in the title, just so that the notice is clear as to which motion is being referred to.
Trustee Murphy, what's the number?
128.
128/20.
20. Okay, good. So that item shall be added as 10.15 in the agenda. So Trustee Guzzo, you had a question?
My question is it easier, and through you, Mr. Chair, whether it's to you or to Parliamentarian Kapoor, is it easier to do the amendment versus a rescind?
Parliamentarian Kapoor, could you provide some information?
Yes, Chair, and that is correct. The answer is yes. A motion to amend based on past practice of this board, past rulings, a motion to amend something previously adopted does not require the same vote as a motion to rescind. And if I misinterpreted the intent of the notice of motion, then the trustee may want to provide a different title to clarify.
You're correct. So motion to amend is the majority vote, and that's 2/3 vote.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. That would be my motion, is how I'm presenting it, as it's a motion to amend resolution 128/20.
We present.
Point of clarification.
Yeah, yes, Trustee Carabella.
Well, it can't be the same, then that motion has to stay and Trustee Agnew just has to amend something. She can't take it away, which is her original intent. So, and she made the motion, her notice of motion was to rescind.
No, Trustee Carabella, we voted on suspending the bylaws.
Yes, correct, but now she's wants to make it an amendment. Motion to amend something previously adopted when it was to rescind.
Carabella, we are getting confused here. So what we voted on was not the motion to rescind. We voted on to suspend the rules, suspend the bylaws. And that required a 2/3 vote, which passed. Now the notice of motion could be, she's not said it, it's not stated as yet. So when I get to that time we will hear what the motion is, whether it's to rescind or whether it's to amend. So we have not got there as yet.
Well, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was good. Thank you, Superintendent Lofts. I don't see any more questions there, so we will move on to the next order of business. 10.5 Advanced Placement Programs at HCDSB. Superintendent Cordero, you have the floor. Oh, Director Daly.
Sorry, thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Trustees may recall at the last board meeting that a couple of questions were asked about the process we used with regards to doing feasibility studies for AP programs, and didn't have an answer at that meeting. So I just wanted to, this is a really brief update that I did promise. So when we did the report kind of speaks for itself, but I guess the shortened version is that based on the feasibility study we did when we implemented pre-AP courses at Christ the King, we could certainly have in place a feasibility study, get feedback, and then depending on what that feasibility study would show, we'd be able to, let's, for example, say it determined that we were going to open up another AP program in another school or schools. We'd be able to do that training over the course of the next school year and then be able to implement pre-AP courses in September of 2023. So really where it's at now is just determining the timing of surveying parents and communities. We haven't landed on a date yet, but are probably looking at trying to get it done prior to the end of this school year. So that would be in the spring. We'd also talked about a feasibility study with regards to IB. That's a much more complicated process. I know Superintendent Cordero was in touch with the IB organization late last week. The kind of the adjudication and application process for an IB program is at least 2 years. So we'll be able to bring a little bit more detail on what a feasibility study for us would look like, perhaps to the next board meeting, but I did want to give an update with regards to advanced placement, and happy to answer any questions if we have any tonight.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee Carabella, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Daly. This is good to know all the angles and the reporting that needs to take place to do a good job. And I was wondering if in this feasibility study there was a dimension of transportation and sort of different options, if we could also get that as part of the feasibility.
Director Daly.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. So Trustee Carabella, maybe could you be a little bit more specific? So would it be
oh, yes, I can be more specific. I'm just thinking if to make it more equitable, that busing could be provided just as a feasibility, a number, is it feasible or not, right? To provide busing, or if it would be transportation from the municipality. That's all I'm thinking.
Director Daly.
Yeah, I think the route we would probably go, at least the one we did when we and Christ the King was the last one I looked at. We looked at that municipality, and it was a little bit more straightforward because there's only the one Catholic secondary school in Georgetown, and really looked at interest amongst parents and students in the courses themselves. So once that interest was determined, and we saw that there was some interest, we could move forward. I think in terms of breaking it down to interest and then interest based on transportation, it does maybe open us up to other policies and procedures, because we do have, a transportation policy around optional programming, and we don't currently offer it for advanced placement programs. Our transportation is offered only for extended and French immersion. I think it would, but that's certainly something we can take into account when we're looking at devising the survey model.
Thank you,
Okay,
Director. Trustee Carabella, you have a follow-up?
No, that's perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. On the speakers list, Trustee OBrien. Trustee OBrien, you have the floor.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Director Daly. Director Daly, you mentioned initial board registration. Is that a complicated procedure? Do you see any snags there?
With regards to advanced placement?
Yes.
No, our experience in the past, because we've established the programs, is, nothing's for certain, but we're confident that would not delay the process.
Thank you.
Trustee OBrien, you have a follow-up?
No.
Thank you, Director Daly. Trustee OBrien, we do not have any more questions there, so we shall move on to the next order of business, and that's miscellaneous information. Sorry, the action notices of motions. What am I talking? It's 10.6. Item 10.6. We have Trustee Carabella's notice of motion, parental choice. Rosie, could you read the title?
Yes, I'm just going to find it here.
I can ask Rosie to read that.
I could send it.
Masking JK and SK students of the HCBSP.
Trustee Carabella, could you read your notice motion? Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to read it out here. Okay, so I'm going to be amending a motion previously adopted. So the original motion is from August 19th, 2020, number 198/20, that says, be it resolved that all students JK to 12 be required to wear non-medical mask face coverings, with the exception of students with exemptions. So I'm going to be amending this motion. So whereas the Ministry of Education has only mandated masks for students grade 1 to 12, and the Halton Catholic District School Board exceeds that by mandating mask wearing for students from JK to 12. Whereas Ontario Public Health has no longer classified schools as high risk for transmitting COVID, Whereas the province of Saskatchewan has already removed student mask mandates on February 28th, whereas the province of Alberta has already removed student mask mandates on March 1st, whereas the province of Quebec removed their student mask mandates on March 7th, whereas the province of Manitoba removed their student mask mandates on March 15th, and whereas the trustees of Upper Canada District School Board in Ontario removed student mask mandates for students in junior and senior kindergarten, making mask wearing optional on February 23rd, be it resolved that all students grade. Pardon?
Trustee Carabella, just hold on. Trustees, please mute your mics. Trustees who are remote, please mute your mics. Trustee Carabella, please proceed.
So I'm striking out JK and replacing it with grade 1. So be it resolved that all students grade 1 to 12 be required to wear non-medical mask face coverings with the exception of students with exemptions. Be it further resolved that the mask mandate for all students in junior and senior kindergarten be ended. And be it further resolved that those students in junior and senior kindergarten wear masks at the discretion of their parents, effective immediately.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. That was item 10.6. Your next notice of motion, 10.7, letter to Education Minister. Rosie, could you please read the title?
Letter to Education Minister Stephen Lecce for parental choice for all student masking.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. Can you please read your notice of motion?
Okay. Whereas the province of Saskatchewan, February 28, Alberta, March 1st, Quebec, March 7th, and Manitoba, March 15th, have already removed student mask mandates. Whereas the state of Massachusetts, February 28th, New York, March 2nd, California, March 11th, Oregon, March 11th, and Washington, March 11th, have already removed their student mask mandates. Whereas New York City, March 7th, and Los Angeles County, March 12th, have already removed their student mask mandates. Whereas the U.S. Congress has removed mask mandates for the State of the Union address on March 1st, where the average age of the Senate is 63 years old. Whereas the province Ontario lifted the vaccine passport and capacity limits on indoor seating on March 1st. And if the vaccine is not necessary, then mask mandates should not be necessary. Whereas Premier Doug Ford said, quote, "I bet if I asked every single person in this room, do you want these damn masks or do you want them off? They would want them off," end of quote. Be it resolved that the trustees of the Halton Catholic District School Board send a letter to the Honorable Stephen Lecce, the Minister of Education, requesting that mask mandates for all students be ended. And be it further resolved that the students, oh, I'm sorry. I have to reread that last section. It's be it resolved that trustees of the Halton Catholic District School Board send a letter to the Honorable Stephen Lecce, the Minister of Education, requesting that mask mandates for all students be ended and that students wear masks at the discretion of their parents.
Thank you, Trustee Carabella. That is item number 10.7. Moving on to the next notice of motion, 10.8. Black Students Union. Rosie, can you just read the title?
Black Student Unions in Secondary School.
Thank you. That was the notice of motion by Trustee Guzzo. Trustee Guzzo, could you read your notice of motion?
Yes, thank you. Be it resolved that the Director of Education actively seek input from students to determine interest and provide active support where such interest is determined to implement a Black Student Union at every secondary school where students have requested, and in brackets where one does not already exist, to be led by Black staff and/or parents. Be it further resolved that this be done immediately.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. That was item number 10.8. Moving on to 10.9. Notice of motion, climate emergency. Trustee Rosie, could you read the title, full title?
Climate Emergency Declaration.
Thank you. That was the notice of motion by Trustee Agnew, brought forth by Student Trustee Bowie. Trustee Agnew, Vice Chair Agnew, go ahead.
And Rosie, I've sent this over to you, so you have it. No problem. It is long, so I want to make sure you have it. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. So whereas the HCDSB Student Senate passed a climate emergency declaration on February the 8th, 2022, whereas a climate emergency is a globally catastrophic situation in which urgent action is required to reduce climate change and avoid irreversible environmental damage resulting from it. And climate change has become a prevalent issue around the world as well as in our school community. Whereas the encyclical Laudato Si by Pope Francis, I'm not good with my Latin, implores the practice of environmentally friendly policies through Christian beliefs and the Catholic social teaching of care for God's creation. Whereas the Student Senate is calling upon the board to give students hope for the future regarding climate change and a feeling of safety knowing that their school board is listening to their concerns. Whereas the contents of this declaration embody the student voice and the need to see change concerning environmental policies. Whereas this motion will inform students and staff as to the situation of climate change, as well as the measure the board is taking to reduce their impact and to create a sense of community between the schools and the surrounding neighborhoods as they will see the action the HCDSB is taking to ensure their students a safer future. Be it resolved that the HCDSB declares a climate emergency and that the HCDSB pledges to ensure that both teachers and students are aware of the climate emergency declaration. Be it resolved that the HCDSB pledges to acknowledge that HCDSB students have declared a climate emergency declaration and are asking for accountable actions from the board to mitigate the effects of climate change. Be it resolved that the HCDSB recognizes that the climate emergency is important to our students and their mental well-being, and as such, the HCDSB pledges to promote an atmosphere of education and growth towards climate change. Be it resolved that the HCDSB pledges to consider climate change to be a factor in making future decisions surrounding energy consumption and greenhouse gas production. Be it resolved that the HCDSB pledges to ensure that the climate emergency is considered to be a priority when making decisions that could exacerbate the effects of climate change, and that the trustees of the board will take the board's overall carbon footprint as well as greenhouse gas emissions into consideration whenever making decisions. And be it resolved that the HCDSB pledges to create a more transparent environment surrounding decision-making, how it affects the climate emergency. Finally, be it resolved, the HCDSB pledges to introduce topics, policies, and practices related to the climate emergency in the board's curriculum to further advance our progress in resolving the climate issue in our school community.
Thank you, Vice Chair Agnew, and thank you, Trustee Bobby, for bringing it forward. The next, that was item 10.9. Moving on to next item 10.10. Professional fees by Trustee Yantamasi. Rosie, what's the full title? Professional fees. Trustee Yantamasi, please read your notice of motion. Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, are you there? Trustee Yantamasi. So item 10.10, 10.11, 10.12, and 10.13, 10.13 are Trustee Yantamasi's. The notices of motion must be read at this board meeting. If not, we cannot introduce them. Is Trustee Yantamasi there?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Trustee Yantamasi can't get on.
Okay.
I can hold the phone and he could read his motions.
Sure.
Okay.
I can't hear that. You'll have to bring it really close. So that,
so there, hang on a second. I'm just gonna let you, Miss Trustee Yantamasi, can you please speak and tell Trustee?
Mr. Chair, all my motions are previous motions which were sent to the board. They were sent to your attention, the secretary's attention, and the chair's attention. You have each and every one of them.
Trustee Yantamasi, let's be clear about it. our bylaws are very clear about how the notices of motions are to be presented. The notices of motions under our bylaws are to be read at the board meeting. Trustee Yantamasi. So kindly read your first notice of motion, 10.10, under 10.10, professional fees. Please read your notice of motion.
Oh, hang on. Okay. Did you hear that, Trustee Yantamasi? Oh. Oh, gosh.
Okay, I will come back to you. I'll go to item 10.14.
Okay.
You have reached.
Trustees, I will go to, since Trustee Yantamasi is having a connectivity problem, I will go to item 10.14, Trustee Guzzo's motion, and then come back to you, Trustee Yantamasi. So Trustee 10.14 is the motion to amend, and Trustee Guzzo, could you present your title? Sorry, it's motion to rescind number 128.
Hello?
Motion to amend, sorry. So Trustee Guzzo, could you present your notice of motion?
Just one moment, Mr.
Sure.
Chair, please.
Trustee Yantamasi, will come back to you. You had connectivity issues, so we'll come back to you, okay? In the meantime, we'll do some housekeeping. We have to do some housekeeping work. We need to vote to extend the meeting to 11:30. Vice Chair Agnew? Trustee DeRosa?
Hello?
Trustee DeRosa, we are voting to extend. We are voting to extend the meeting.
Hello?
I'm in favor, Mr. Chair.
My mic is on.
Thank you, Trustee DeRosa. Trustee Guzzo? In favor. Trustee Yantamasi? Trustee Yantamasi?
Is my mic on? I'm speaking.
Yes, yes, I can hear you. Trustee Yantamasi, we are voting to extend the meeting from 11 to 11:30. How do you vote? Trustee Carabella?
In favor.
Trustee Murphy?
In favor.
Trustee O'Brien?
In favor.
Trustee Owen Chanoda? In favor. Trustee Bowie?
In favor.
Trustee Mastrihammer? In favor. Trustee Trustee Duarte is in favor, and Trustee Yantamasi? How do you vote? Okay, it looks like there's some technical issues there, but it doesn't matter because we have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in favor and no opposed. It won't affect the outcome, so the motion to extend carries. Trustee Guzzo, are you ready with your notice of motion?
I am. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
So the title of the motion is amendment of resolution 128/20, which was titled monthly financial reporting. So be it resolved that the Board of Trustees direct the Secretary and Director of the Halton Catholic School Board to discontinue monthly financial reporting from fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and the rest is taken out, period. And be it further resolved that all changes to the final approved budget in June over $100,000 will no longer be reviewed and approved by the Board of Trustees before the December, and then the rest is by the Board of Trustees.
Thank you, Trustee Guzzo. That will be item 10.14. We shall go back to Trustee Yantamasi's items. Item number 10.10, professional fees. Trustee Yantamasi, please read your notice of motion. Trustee Yantamasi.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Trustee Yantamasi. Please go ahead and read your notice of motion.
Helena?
Trustee
No,
Yantamasi.
my mic is off, but no, nothing is happening. I'm talking, but nobody's hearing me.
I can
Oh, we
hear
can hear you now, Trustee Yantamasi.
Okay, Trustee Yantamasi, can Trustee Carabella or somebody else read your notice of motion? I'll allow
I
that.
can't hear him, tell him.
I don't know what's happening.
Okay.
I don't have Trustee Yantamasi's motions in front of me, so I cannot read them, but if Trustee...
Does anybody have Trustee Yantamasi's motion? Notice
Helena, let it go. Let it go. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow your mic is on, Mr. Trustee Yantamasi. They can hear you speaking to me through the phone.
Okay, does Rosie at least have the notice of motions?
If you pass them to me, I can read them out.
Yeah.
I can hear him.
Yeah. So Trustee Yantamasi, apparently you are in the meeting, and your microphone is on. Yeah. Trustee Yantamasi, check. Can you hear? Trustee Yantamasi, can you check? Check. Have you sent your notices of motion to anybody? Trustee Yantamasi, have you sent your notices of motions to anybody? Yes. Trustee Yantamasi, can you type your notices of motion in the chat box? That's a good idea. Trustee Carabella, are you in touch on phone?
No, not right now, but I'm trying to find his motions. Where are they written in the minutes of last meeting? Because I can just scroll up and read the minutes.
I have not received that, Trustee Carabella, quite frankly. Okay. Since we have technical issues here, we are going to wait for Trustee Yantamasi to come back. We shall jump and clear up the next items and come back if trustees agree. So trustees, we'll move on to this next order of business is miscellaneous information. There is no miscellaneous information. Correspondences, we do not have correspondences.
Mr. Chair, will you allow me a sort of gratuitous point of privilege?
Yes.
I wanted to say it earlier, but I ran out of time. I'm not quick enough on my button. I'd just like to.
You got to state your point of privilege.
Okay. I would just like to thank the Environmental Stewardship Subcommittee of the Senate for drafting the motion that Trustee Agnew read aloud, and I know she gave me credit for it, but it's due to them.
So that's not a point of privilege, it's a comment, which is well received. So jumping on to the next item, order of business, correspondences. Number 12, we do not have, we have one correspondence. It's in your package. There's ministry memos are in your package. OCSTA ACO correspondence is in your package. Open question period. Do we have any questions, Director Daly?
I don't believe so.
Do we have? We do not have questions. We do not, item number 14, we do not have to go in camera. Resolution regarding absentees, we have no absentees this evening. Coming back to Trustee Yantamasi. Trustee Yantamasi, are you able to communicate with us? Trustee Yantamasi, you have? Oh. Director Daly has his notices of motion. Can you read the notice of motion?
I'm not a trustee, so I don't think I can.
Okay, we shall allow that based on Trustee Yantamasi having technical issues. Item 10.10, professional fees. Director Daly, please read Trustee Yantamasi's notice of motion.
What is it, Director Daly sent them to you, Mr. Chair, you can read them.
Anybody can read them.
Director Daly, as he stated, is not a trustee. They
Okay.
should be read by a trustee.
Send it to me.
It would be appropriate for him to send them
Sure. That was objection. Okay. Trustee Yantamasi, are you there?
No, that was Trustee DeRosa.
Okay,
Could we have somebody else read
I shall read that notice of motion. Okay, so 10, where is it? This one?
It's just, there's the be it resolved. I don't think I have to read the rest of it.
So okay, I shall read the notices of motions. I have two of them on one email. Be it resolved that the Secretary of the Board provide forthwith all advising of professional services, legal, engineering, architectural, accounting, consultants, etc., rendered to the Board, supported by proof of payment commencing December 2028 to Feb 2022. That's a typo. That's the first one regarding professional fees. That was 10.10. The next one was land purchases. Be it resolved that the Secretary provide the Board with all awarded contracts through public tenders, RFP and RFS with individual cost of each individual projects. That was actually 10.12. And the other two. I got that one. I got that one. Oh. I got that one, yeah.
Contracts awarded.
Yes, I got that one. So land purchase is not there. And land purchase is not there, and retroactive pay increases. Sorry.
You read 3?
So I read two of them. I read professional fees and I read contracts awarded.
Retroactive pay increases.
Okay, that's, you have that one? The next notice of motion 10.13 retroactive pay increases for CEC staff. Trying to look for that. Director Daly, do you have the land purchases notice of motion?
I think it's in that one. No, not that one, the other one. Sorry.
There's just two of them here.
No, there's one,
Oh,
two, three.
Oh, okay, okay. So the item number 10.11 land purchases, I have the notice of motion. Be it resolved that the Secretary of the Board provide all legal documents certifying the purchase along with legal description and purchase price of the land and the names of the seller. That was item 10.11, land purchases. We are still waiting on 10.13, retroactive pay increases for CEC staff. Last one. Okay. So the last notice of motion, that's retroactive pay increases. Be it resolved that the in-camera. Okay. He was there. We'll give it to him. It's okay.
Respect, Mr. Chair.
Okay. If there is a appeal. Okay, so since Trustee Yantamasi is, let's ask Parliamentarian Kapoor. Parliamentarian Kapoor, yeah, we have the time. Let's ask Parliamentarian Kapoor. Trustee Yantamasi is vanished from the meeting. We have read 3 of his notices of motion. There's one more. Could we proceed with reading the 4th one, or do we have to?
My advice to you, Chair, would be that there's no reason not to. Yeah, my advice to you, Chair, let me be clear, is yes, you could read the notice of motion at this point.
Okay, we'll give it to him. Thank you. I think we have it here. Rosie has. Huh? Do you have that? Okay, we do not have that notice of motions. Okay, I think we have to respect everybody's time. We have to respect everybody's time. And we cannot find Trustee Yantamasi's 10.13. So we shall proceed. Do you have that? Oh, Rosie, thank you. So item 10.13, notice of motion. Be it resolved that the chair of the board ensure that its secretary in the role of director of education post the retroactive salary increases approved by the board of trustees on HCDSB website effective immediately. Be it further resolved that the in-camera minutes of December 22, 2021 note the manner in which the salary approval takes place procedurally. Took place. Be it further resolved that the Ministry of Education be notified of this retroactive salary increases and that the ministry's response be disseminated to trustees. So that was item number 1013. So all the notices of motions have been read. We shall now move on to adjournment and closing prayer. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
Moved by Trustee OBrien.
Moved by Trustee OBrien. Need a seconder?
I will second.
Trustee DeRosa seconds. All in favor? Anybody opposed? I will now the motion carries. I will now ask Trustee Guzzo to lead us in the closing prayer.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Please join me in the sign of our faith. In the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. A prayer for peace. We are molded, each one of us, in the image of God, and within our souls there is a fingerprint none can erase. We pray for those who have no regard for anyone but self, who put no value on human life, for nations and individuals who abuse and kill. We are not called to be judge or jury, but we are called to be agents of change. And if the butterfly that flaps its wings should be our attitude towards others, then so be it, Lord. And may the hurricane this generates somewhere within the world reach into the hearts and souls of those for whom we pray and reveal to them how precious are those for whom they have no love, and how precious are they who now bring tears to the eyes of God. Amen.
Thank you, everybody. We actually finished our agenda. Thanks so much. And